Chapter 1741. Messengers of Chaos. Shui Hui's eyes flickered as he let out a long laugh. He stepped on the air with his right foot and leaped up to Zhuowen. He bowed and cupped his fists together as he said respectfully, "Shui Hui welcomes my lord." "Welcome, my lord." At the same time, the soldiers at the city gate, who were wearing armor that exuded a cold light, knelt down on one knee and shouted out respectfully. Their voices gathered together and filled the air like thunder. The surrounding cultivators with weaker cultivations covered their ears. Who is this person? He actually made the mansion master personally welcome him. Moreover, he seems to be extremely respectful. When the crowd saw this scene, they fell into a daze. Soon after, they began to whisper among themselves as they discussed Zhuowen's specific identity. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Soon after, under Shui Hui's lead, he slowly walked into Green Lotus City. Shui Hui was extremely considerate. After walking through the city gate, he actually prepared 5 large palanquins. Moreover, each of the palanquins was extremely luxurious and decorated with jewelry. "My lord, these are the palanquins that I personally prepared for you. The 5 of you, please come in and take a rest," Shui Hui said with a smile. "Thank you." Zhuowen took a deep look at Shui Hui. Soon after, he chose a large palanquin and entered it. The interior of the palanquin was extremely comfortable, especially the seat cushion. It was extremely soft and gave one a very comfortable feeling when sitting on it. Bai Qing and the other 3 were obviously quite reserved. They took their time to get into the palanquin. After all, their Bai family had never received such treatment before. Moreover, this time, Mansion Master Shui Hui had personally prepared the palanquin to receive them. Even when their Bai family was at its peak, they had never received such treatment. However, today, the 4 of them were basking in Zhuowen's glory and were also enjoying such treatment. The 4 of them were naturally filled with excitement and satisfaction. They looked at Zhuowen with even more respect and gratitude. Under the envious gazes of many people in Green Lotus City, the 5 palanquins followed the street and entered the city mansion master's mansion. Rumors about Zhuowen spread throughout Green Lotus City and almost everyone knew about him. Moreover, the more the rumors spread, the more ridiculous they became. There were even some people who believed that the person that Shui Hui personally welcomed into the city lord's estate was a supreme heavenly immortal. Although the rumors outside were extremely crazy, Zhuowen's life after being sent to the city lord's estate was rather peaceful. In the following month, Zhuowen basically sat in the room that Shui Hui had arranged for him. Apart from meditating, he cultivated the devouring curse. As for Zhou Jun's primordial spirit, he had already enveloped it with the devouring curse a few months ago and turned it into a terrifyingly powerful primordial spirit bomb. On the morning of a month later, Shui Hui appeared outside Zhuowen's pavilion. He said extremely respectfully, "Sir, the teleportation formation between the Azure Lotus Manor and the Wind Thunder Manor has been activated. Are we going to set off now?" Creak. The door opened and Zhuowen, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked out. His eyes were as calm as water as he nodded at Shui Hui and said, "Let's go." Shui Hui cupped his fists and immediately led the way. At the same time, Zhuowen used his communication jade token to summon Bai Qing and the others. Shui Hui also brought the elites from the city lord's estate with him. There was no doubt that the city lord's estate had far more elites than the Bai clan. There were 3 or 4 heaven-defying saint stage experts and more than a dozen sky saint stage experts. When Shui Hui brought Zhuowen and the other 4 out, the elites who were waiting outside the city lord's estate looked curious. They had heard that the ordinary-looking young man in front of them was personally welcomed by the city lord. It was clear that this person was extraordinary. Of course, not all of the elites from the city lord's estate acknowledged Zhuowen. There were a few who were not convinced. Thud. 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 A handsome man in green armor slowly walked out and blocked Zhuowen's path. He said with a slightly provocative look in his eyes, you must be extraordinary to be treated so well by the city lord, right? Qing Mo would like to see what you have done to be treated so well by the city lord. Shui Hui's eyes turned cold as he said coldly, Qing Mo, how dare you block my guest's path in front of me? Qing Mo's body trembled, but he looked unwilling. He said in a deep voice, City Lord, this person's aura is only at the half-celestial stage. You don't have to be so humble to him, do you? Zhuowen looked at Qing Mo. Qing Mo was also at the half-celestial stage, and his aura was extremely strong. It was even stronger than Huang Huaqing, who had been killed by him. No wonder Qing Mo could see through Zhuowen's cultivation at a glance. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to punish you with a rod? Shui Hui said coldly. Hearing that, Qing Mo's body trembled. In the end, he took a few steps back and made way. However, he looked at Zhuowen with hostility and said in a low voice, You're indeed a coward. Zhuowen suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head and stared at Qing Mo quietly. An inexplicable chill rose from Qing Mo's feet and went straight to his Tianling acupoint, which made him tremble. Sir, don't lower yourself to Qing Mo's level. He's just like that. Please don't be offended. Shui Hui hurriedly stood in front of Qing Mo and said softly. Shui Hui's performance caused the other cultivators in the city lord's mansion to be surprised. They had never seen their mansion master show such a submissive expression. Qing Mo came back to his senses, and his face turned pale. The reason was that he felt humiliated. He had been frightened by a mere glance from the other party. What else could it be if it wasn't humiliating? Tell your subordinates to be careful. Otherwise, even if you beg for mercy next time, I won't give you face, Zhuowen said indifferently. Shui Hui cupped his hands and turned around to slap Qing Mo. Qing Mo was stunned. He stared blankly at Shui Hui. Clearly, he didn't expect Shui Hui to hit him so hard. Did you hear that? If you dare to disrespect this sir again, I won't let you off so easily. Shui Hui said coldly and followed Zhuowen. He continued to lead the way for Zhuowen. The other elites looked at Qing Mo with pity and followed Shui Hui. Qing Mo spat. He stared coldly at Zhuowen's back and followed at the back of the group. The teleportation formation was located in the southernmost part of Green Lotus City. There was a huge empty space there, and at the center of the empty space was a huge formation. The formation radiated with dense white light. The white light constantly gathered and surged into the sky, forming a huge white pillar. The area around the formation was heavily guarded. Many cultivators had gathered around the open space. Most of these cultivators had come from other cities in Green Lotus Mansion to participate in the preliminaries of the Battle of the Gods. There were good and bad warriors among the warriors. Some had powerful backgrounds, and some were independent cultivators. However, their cultivation was basically at the quintessential saint realm or above. Why isn't the city lord here yet? If the city lord isn't here to control the formation, it's probably difficult to locate Wind Thunder Mansion accurately. There were too many warriors around, so it was inevitable that some of them would complain. The crowd was in an uproar. The city lord is here. Suddenly, someone said. Everyone immediately looked over. They saw a huge rainbow coming from the sky and arriving at the empty space in an instant. The rainbow light receded, revealing Shui Hui, Zhuowen, and the others. Shui Hui nodded at Zhuowen, then walked up to the array. He pressed his right hand forward, and the array began to rotate counterclockwise. Then, the white light became even more intense, as if it had pierced through the sky. My lord, let's go in together. Shui Hui made an inviting gesture. Zhuowen did not hesitate and took a step forward. He instantly stepped into the formation, followed by Bai Qing and the others, as well as the elites from the city lord's mansion. After Shui Hui and the others had all entered the formation, the others also became restless and entered the formation one after another. A huge disk hovered above the Wind Thunder city of the Wind Thunder Manor. The disk was several tens of thousands of meters large, and it was not composed of anything tangible. Instead, it was composed of the energies of wind and lightning. As the energies of wind and lightning surged towards it, it actually gave the disk the illusion that it was spinning. In addition, around the huge circular plate, there were hundreds of circular plates that were about 100 feet in size. They were densely arranged around the huge circular plate, and they looked extremely gorgeous and numerous. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting quietly on the hundreds of discs. One of them was dressed in a white robe and had white hair. It was Feng Ruji, the clan leader of the wind lineage of the Wind Thunder clan. Feng Ruji slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp. He slowly stood up, looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the Lord Envoy will be here soon." As soon as Feng Ruji said that, the other 3 people on the discs also opened their eyes and stood up. They followed Feng Ruji's gaze and looked into the distance. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the direction they were looking at, a huge qilin was walking through the air. The qilin was green all over, and as it breathed, green gas constantly spewed out. Furthermore, this green gas was no ordinary substance. It was filled with a highly corrosive poison. This was because wherever this green gas passed, space would sizzle as if it was being corroded. A handsome young man sat quietly on the qilin. The young man's face was unruly and unrestrained. The corners of his mouth were curled up, and there was a hint of unrestraint in it. The qilin was extremely fast. In an instant, it had reached the huge disk. Then, the young man slowly walked down from the qilin. Feng Ruji hurriedly went up and greeted him respectfully, "Lord Envoy of Primal Chaos." The young man looked around the huge disk and kicked a few times in a carefree manner. Then, he yawned and lay down on the ground under the speechless gazes of Feng Ruji and the others. He muttered, "I'm so tired after such a long journey. I really want to sleep. Woo woo woo." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the qilin revealed an aggrieved expression and kept hissing at the young man. It was obviously the one who did the tiring work of traveling. Why did the young man say he was tired? The young man patted his butt and ignored the aggrieved qilin. He actually began to snore. This scene immediately caused black lines to appear on the foreheads of Feng Ruji and the others. At the same time, in the Wind Thunder City's teleportation array, Zhuowen, Shui Hui, and the others slowly appeared in the white light. Then, their attention quickly fell on the wind and thunder disk floating in the air. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the lazy figure lying on the disk. After all, this guy was too strange. He directly dozed off on top of the disk. Chapter 1742. Green Qilinzhuowen's eyes widened as he stared at the figure. His body trembled involuntarily. However, he quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Yang Yi, my lord, that disk is formed by the energy of wind and thunder. It should be the battlefield of the battle of the gods. The disks around the huge disk should be the positions of the 100 people in the battle of the gods," Shui Hui said in a low voice. However, Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Shui Hui. Instead, he stared at Yang Yi's back with a frown. His expression naturally attracted Shui Hui's attention. His gaze fell on Yang Yi and the green qilin beside him, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. "My lord, that person should be the messenger of chaos who is in charge of the battle of the gods," Shui Hui explained. Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered to himself, "The messenger of chaos?" Zhuowen knew that before Yang Yi left, he had said that he was not a member of the Chaos Temple. Now that he had become the messenger of chaos, there was no doubt that Yang Yi had lied to him. Now that Jianmu had become like that, Zhuowen was even more certain that there was something wrong with Yang Yi. At the thought of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and appeared above the wind and thunder disk in front of the surprised gazes of many warriors. Teleportation. The surrounding warriors were in awe. How could they not see that Zhuowen's move was a teleportation super skill? Only earthly immortals could use the teleportation super skill. Therefore, many warriors treated Zhuowen as a terrifying expert at the earthly immortal realm. Teleportation, Qing Mo, who was standing behind Xue Hui, was shocked and his face turned pale. He finally knew why Xue Hui was so respectful to Zhuowen. It turned out that this person was not ordinary at all. At this moment, Qing Mo had already taken Zhuowen to be an earthly immortal expert who had concealed his cultivation. Thinking of how he had offended Zhuowen, Qing Mo felt a sense of regret. When Zhuowen quietly arrived at the Wind and Thunder Disk, he naturally attracted the attention of Feng Ruji and the other three. Among the four, Zhuowen actually recognized two of them. These two were naturally Feng Ruji and Old Man Zhu. Feng Ruji glanced at Zhuowen. He had no intention of greeting him. The Zhu Shang old man smiled and walked forward. "Brother Long, you're finally here." The other two people beside old man Zhu Shang were quite surprised by his attitude. At that moment, old man Zhu Shang's smile actually contained a trace of eagerness. This confused the two of them. Instead, they began to examine the young man before them even more carefully. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't see anything special about Zhuowen. The young man who made old man Zhu Shang reveal an eagerness was still only a half-immortal. However, the teleportation that this person had used earlier made the two of them rather cautious. Coupled with old man Zhu Shang's unusual attitude, the two of them didn't dare to underestimate Zhuowen. Zhuowen politely cupped his hands at old man Zhu Shang. Then his gaze fell onto Yang Yi, who was lying on the ground lazily, and he slowly walked over. Zhuowen's actions immediately aroused the vigilance of the green qilin. The green qilin opened and closed its nostrils as it breathed out a dense green gas. It growled at Zhuowen as if it was warning Zhuowen not to come over. Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to it and continued to walk forward step by step. His gaze fell on Yang Yi from beginning to end. A chill suddenly erupted from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of Feng Ruji and the other three earthly immortal realm old monsters. At the same time, Xue Hui also jumped onto the round plate. He looked at Zhuowen's actions and wanted to stop him. But when he met Zhuowen's cold gaze, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. "Oh woo!" The green qilin roared like heavenly thunder. Then, the green qilin disappeared like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, it swept in front of Zhuowen. It opened its mouth and spat out green needles. These needles were green and emitted a strong fishy smell. Obviously, they contained a highly toxic poison. This poison was very terrifying. It was enough to kill any cultivator below the earthly immortal realm. Even a half-immortal would be seriously injured. Below the circular plate, many warriors saw this scene, especially the poisonous needles that the green qilin spat out, which shocked many warriors and made them feel fear in their hearts. Zhuowen slowly walked forward. His right hand formed an incantation gesture as immortal energy gushed out. He executed the solitary peak immortal art. A gigantic peak of 10,000 feet appeared before him, blocking his path. Ding! Ding! The poisonous needles landed on the surface of the mountain and were nailed to the surface of the mountain. Moreover, the places where the poisonous needles landed were dyed dark green by the poisonous needles. This dark green color quickly spread and directly dyed 1/5 of the mountain, causing a foul smell to assail the nostrils. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the poison on the green qilin's body to be so strong that even the solitary peak immortal realm was poisoned. But Zhuowen wasn't afraid. He flicked his sleeve and immediately mobilized the strand of true immortal blood essence within his origin core. Instantly, the lone peaks might swelled by a few times, and the poison that adhered to the surface of the lone peak was directly expelled. The lone peak was like a mountain that suddenly smashed down and heavily smashed onto the green qilin. The green qilin roared. It opened its mouth and spat out poisonous gas again. It turned into a green airwave, trying to block the terrifying solitary peak immortal realm. Unfortunately, the solitary peak immortal realm was too big. The airwave was directly destroyed. The solitary peak immortal realm smashed down. The green Qilin wailed and fell heavily to the ground. Its eyes were filled with fear. Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand. The solitary peak immortal realm carried the power to collapse the sky and smash towards the defeated green Qilin. However, the moment the solitary peak immortal realm approached the green Qilin, a hand slowly stretched out. The moment the hand stretched out, the surrounding Yuan Qi became violent, forming an invisible cyclone. Then, the solitary peak immortal realm smashed down. It was directly held by the hand. It was motionless, as if it was still. Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He stared at the owner of the hand in horror. His heart was beating wildly and his blood was boiling. He saw Yang Yi lazily holding the solitary peak immortal realm. His eyes were full of laziness. He stared at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "So it's you, junior brother. It's been a long time." Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He clasped his fist and said, "It really is senior brother Yang Yi. Just now, junior brother felt that your back was very familiar. I wanted to confirm it, but I didn't expect to be stopped by the green Qilin. I didn't expect to be hit by the green Qilin." Yang Yi looked deeply at Zhuowen. He threw the solitary peak immortal realm to Zhuowen. He laughed heartily and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. Woo woo woo." At this moment, the green Qilin rushed to Yang Yi's side. Its eyes were full of tears and it was extremely wronged. At the same time, it pointed at Zhuowen in a very human-like manner and kept roaring, as if it was complaining about something. Yang Yi patted the green Qilin's head and said, "Little guy, we're all family. It was just a misunderstanding. Don't be so narrow-minded." The green Qilin howled. Although it calmed down a lot, its eyes were still full of hostility when it looked at Zhuowen. The moment Zhuowen and Yang Yi recognized each other, many people in the surroundings seemed to be petrified. Even the 5 Earth Immortal Realm old monsters, led by Feng Ruji, showed a surprised look. They hadn't expected Zhuowen to be acquainted with the emissary of primal chaos, especially Feng Ruji. Feng Ruji's heart was filled with complex emotions. He began to think about how to establish a good relationship with Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Senior brother Yang Yi, Jianmu came to the central region with you, right? Where is Jianmu now?" Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and revealed a guilty expression. He sighed softly, "I've let you down in this matter. After Jianmu and I came to the Central Plains, an accident happened and the two of us were separated. I don't know exactly where Jianmu is now." Zhuowen frowned slightly. He looked deeply at Yang Yi, took a deep breath, and said, "Then what kind of accident could it be? After all, with your current strength, what kind of accident could happen to you? It's a long story. After the divine battle is over, I'll tell you everything that happened. In fact, I've been looking for Jianmu for a long time, but I still can't find his whereabouts." Yang Yi said guiltily. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Yang Yi's words were reasonable, but for some unknown reason, Zhuowen kept feeling that this matter revealed something fishy. However, he also knew that there were various reasons for this matter, so it was best to first listen to Yang Yi's explanation before coming to a conclusion. "Senior brother, didn't you say that you weren't a member of the Chaos Temple? How did you become an emissary of the Chaos Temple now?" Zhuowen continued to ask. Yang Yi spread his hands and said, "Didn't I return a small part of the heavenly insects-sourced seal to the Chaos Temple? Then, the old man who entrusted me with the Chaos Temple wanted to reward me by giving me the position of Emissary of Chaos. I originally thought that the Emissary of Chaos was a glorious position, but I didn't expect that it was just an errand boy. It seems that I was tricked by that old man. Speaking up to here, Yang Yi's expression showed a touch of displeasure, as if he was serious. Zhuowen carefully observed Yang Yi's facial expression and found that Yang Yi spoke very naturally. There was no trace of him lying, which made Zhuowen believe Yang Yi a little. So that's how it is. Zhuowen nodded. Yang Yi casually put his arm around Zhuowen's shoulder and said with a smile, Zhuowen, it seems that you are also planning to participate in the divine battle, right? But in just over 10 years, your cultivation has grown so fast that even I am surprised. You have already reached the half-immortal realm and even have the teleportation divine ability. Amazing. Zhuowen smiled and said with deep meaning, I'm not as amazing as you, senior brother Yang Yi. When you were in the eastern land, I couldn't see through your cultivation. Now that my cultivation has reached the half-immortal realm, I still can't see through your cultivation. Yang Yi scratched his head and said with a smile, I had a mission at that time, so I hid my cultivation. Boy, do you mind such a small matter? Chapter 1743. Primary selection. Yang Yi nodded and said with a smile, you are my junior brother and you have the teleportation skill. You don't have to participate in the primary selection. You can advance directly. Feng Ruji frowned but did not say anything. After all, Yang Yi was the one who presided over the primary selection. He had the final say. The eyes of Xue Hui and old man Zhu Shang both lit up. They looked at Zhuowen with even more passion. An envoy of primal chaos was a symbol of nobility. To them, being acquainted with an envoy of primal chaos would bring unimaginable benefits. However, the envoys of primal chaos were all extremely prideful and would not easily get involved with others. However, Zhuowen was actually so familiar with the envoys of primal chaos before them. How could they not be moved? Even their gazes towards Zhuowen became much more attentive. Zhuowen cupped his hands. Then, under Yang Yi's instructions, he floated lightly to a 10 feet long round plate of wind and thunder that was floating in the air and sat down cross-legged. Xue Hui followed closely behind and chose the disc next to Zhuowen. Old man Zhu Shang hesitated for a moment and then went to the other side of Zhuowen. He knows the messengers of chaos. It's incredible. The messengers of chaos are all arrogant and would not easily get involved with others, let alone open the door for others. But this guy was promoted by the messengers of chaos. What happened on the disc naturally did not escape the attention of the crowd. Especially when they saw Zhuowen directly get on the disc, there was an uproar below. Although many warriors were not convinced, the messengers of chaos represented the Chaos Temple and had the right to veto the primary selection of the final divine battle. Even if they made a fuss, they would not be able to change the result. Qi Niemo, who was standing below, had a complicated expression. At this moment, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Thinking back to the scene when he talked back to Zhuowen, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. He knew that with Zhuowen's strength, it would not have been difficult to kill him. Alright, all of you old earthly immortals can go back to your positions. The rest of the places will be given to the juniors. Yang Yi waved his hand. Feng Ruji and the other two also returned to their respective positions. As for the two people beside Feng Ruji, Zhuowen also knew their names and identities through Xue Hui's voice transmission. Those two people were both males in their prime. One of them had a rather robust body. Although he was wearing a long robe, one could still faintly see the robust body of that person. That person was Long Rua Mansion's mansion master, Ji Feilong. The other person was rather skinny. He was the lord of the Sky Water Prefecture, Shui Tianzi. Both of them had reached the early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. However, compared to Xue Hui, there was still a gap between them and Zhou Jun. Speaking of which, why hasn't Zhou Jun arrived yet? Could it be that something happened in the Zhou Tan estate? Ji Feilong asked in surprise. Ji Feilong had a good relationship with Zhou Jun. At this moment, Seeing that all the earthly immortal realm old monsters near the Wind Thunder Prefecture had arrived except for Zhou Jun, he was naturally surprised. Feng Ruji narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Zhou Jun was killed by Long Wen. Ji Feilong and Shui Tianze were shocked. From the introduction just now, they naturally knew that the young man with the cultivation of the half-immortal realm was called Long Wen. Originally, the fact that Long Wen could teleport with his cultivation of the half-immortal realm and was acquainted with the envoy of primal chaos, Yang Yi, was enough to shock them. But now, Zhou Jun's death completely ignited the fear in their hearts. They did not question Feng Ruji because Feng Ruji was the patriarch of the Wind branch of the Wind Thunder clan. Naturally, he would not speak without thinking. What shocked them was that Long Wen, a half-immortal, could kill Zhou Jun, an early-stage earthly immortal realm expert. This was too terrifying. Where did this guy come from? Ji Feilong licked his lips and said in a trembling voice. It seems that we can't casually provoke this guy. Shui Tianze said with some emotion. Feng Ruji slowly opened his eyes and stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. He frowned slightly. He did not know why, but the young man in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. But when he thought about it carefully, this person was extremely strange. At that moment, Zhuowen was above the Wind Thunder disc, and the green Qilin was running around him like a playful child. However, the beast would occasionally look in Zhuowen's direction and snort in displeasure, as if it was a child who was throwing a tantrum. The rules of this preliminary round are very simple. That is to fight. Every one of you has 3 chances to challenge. Whoever can win 10 rounds in a row will be able to advance to the top 100. If there is an extra person, then the extra person can challenge the person who has already advanced to the top 100 and snatch that person's position. Yang Yi sat upright on the back of the green Qilin. His rather lazy voice spread throughout the disc like a thunderclap, resounding in everyone's ears. Start now. Feng Ruji will take care of things for me. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a nap. You can challenge me as you wish. With that, Yang Yi closed his eyes and leaned directly on the back of the green Qilin as if he was taking a nap. If one listened carefully, they could hear a rather light snoring sound. Everyone looked at each other, but their hearts were as if thousands of grass mud horses were galloping through. This messenger of chaos was too strange. After a simple explanation of the rules, this guy directly leaned there and planned to doze off. Feng Ruji sighed in his heart. He had to say that he was unlucky to encounter such a strange messenger of chaos, but he had to do as Yang Yi said. After all, Yang Yi was sent by the Chaos Temple. Who will go first? Feng Ruji stood up and looked down at the warriors below. As soon as he said this, 2 figures suddenly rushed from below. They were both middle-aged, and their auras did not fluctuate much. They were probably around the heaven-defying saint realm. The moment they rushed onto the disc, the 2 men did not greet each other. They each used their strongest moves and began to fight. The 2 men's cultivation was not much different, so for a while, they were evenly matched. Violent saint power fluctuations burst out from their bodies and collided with each other, bursting out with colorful energy. It was quite dazzling. After about 100 moves, one of them groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out with a pale face. Although the other man was also a little pale, he was much better than the other man. This man's strength was not bad, and he was considered one of the best in the heaven-defying saint realm. After he defeated his opponent, another figure rushed out from below and fought with him. This man had overcome all difficulties and won 8 rounds in a row. If he won 2 more rounds, he would be directly promoted to the top 100. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure with an extremely vast aura rushed up. This person was dressed in green armor and had a handsome face. It was Qin Yemo, who had previously contradicted Zhuowen. Qin Yemo glanced at the warrior indifferently and said, "You're still not my match. If you don't want to be injured, give up." The man's face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I want to try again." "If that's the case, then attack me," Qin Yimo said indifferently. The person took a deep breath and stomped his right foot. Immediately, he left a deep footprint on the ground that was filled with wind and lightning energy. Then, he shot toward Qin Yimo like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. Crimson Pearl Code. The man immediately used his strongest move. He raised his right hand, and his saint power was like the sun. It condensed into 18 huge pearls in the void. The 18 pearls formed a circle like a cage, instantly trapping Qin Yimo inside. Surging waves of terrifying energy poured out like a meat grinder, trying to crush Qin Yimo into pieces. Qin Yimo looked indifferent. The green armor on the surface of his body emitted fierce green light, and it formed an illusory armor 3 feet away from his body. The 18 pearls hit the illusory armor, but it was like tofu hitting a wall. It was not damaged at all. "Looks like this is your strongest move. It's too weak." Qin Yimo shook his head and grabbed the void with his right hand. A huge hand appeared and touched the 18 pearls. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. "I won't make it difficult for you. Give up," Qin Yimo said. The man smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at Qin Yimo. Then, he left the round plate. Qin Yimo went through all the difficulties and won all the battles. He won 10 battles in a row and successfully advanced to the next round. Actually, the main reason why Qin Yimo was able to advance so smoothly was because the other quasi-immortal realm cultivators below were all hiding and not moving. Those quasi-immortal realm cultivators had a tacit understanding. Once a quasi-immortal realm expert entered the arena, they basically wouldn't attack. After all, when a half-immortal fought against a half-immortal, both sides would be injured. Once the injury was too serious, it would definitely affect the result of the battle. Therefore, half-immortals would not attack warriors of the same level unless they had no other choice. After Qin Yimo advanced, he flew to the round plate where Xuehui and Zhuowen were. Qin Yimo nodded at Xuehui and came to Zhuowen. He knelt in the void and kowtowed 3 times to Zhuowen respectfully. "Lord Longwen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please don't take it to heart," Qin Yimo said humbly. Zhuowen looked indifferent. He glanced at Qin Yimo and said, "Don't mention it. I didn't take it to heart." Qin Yimo was secretly delighted. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your generosity." After that, Qin Yimo slowly retreated. He chose a round plate of wind and thunder and sat on it with his legs crossed. Then, the challenges continued. The first to advance were basically all half-immortals. Suddenly, Zhuowen opened his eyes slightly. His gaze fell on a figure that was flying toward the round plate. It was none other than Bai Qing from the Bai family. Chapter 1744. Feng Yinxue. The mark on Bai Qing's body was secretly planted by Zhuowen. Bai Qing did not know about it. At this moment, Bai Qing was wearing a green robe. His robe was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like torches as he stood on the round plate. There was another figure standing opposite him. This person was dressed in black. His face was thin and his eyes were cold. He was also a heaven-defying saint stage powerhouse. "Let's end this quickly." The black-robed man glanced at Bai Qing coldly. He took a step forward with his right foot. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Then, he disappeared into thin air. The disappearance of the black-robed man naturally caused an uproar among the cultivators. Many of them could not find the black-robed man's exact location. Even for a half-immortal, it was extremely difficult to find him. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took another look at the black-robed man. With his eyesight, he could see the black-robed man's exact location at a glance. The black-robed man's concealment technique should be a strange camouflage technique. He could clearly see that the black-robed man's saint energy was extremely strange. It flowed through his entire body, causing his skin to become almost transparent. It was almost the same as the air. This concealment technique was extremely high-end. If one's cultivation was below the earthly immortal stage, it would be very difficult to see through this man's camouflage technique. The moment the black-robed man concealed himself, he quietly swept out and instantly appeared behind Bai Qing. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a short dagger pierced toward Bai Qing's back. Bai Qing was not a newborn calf. He had experienced many big and small battles. When the black-robed man launched an attack from behind him, he noticed it in advance. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly, a wave of air gushed out from his sleeve and swept toward his back. The wave of air appeared too suddenly. The black-robed man behind him did not expect it at all. He was hit head-on. Then, the black-robed man's body swayed, and his footsteps staggered. In an instant, his figure appeared. Of course, the figure only appeared for a moment, but Bai Qing was sharp enough to capture it. Bai Qing grabbed with his right hand, and a surge of saint energy gushed out. It formed into countless thin threads and instantly entangled the black-robed man. The black-robed man's face changed drastically, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. The dagger in his right hand quickly moved 8 times in front of him. Then, 8 sharp blades appeared. The 8 blades were so sharp that the moment they swept out, they actually cut all the thin threads that were entangled in the surroundings. However, Bai Qing had already arrived in front of the black-clothed man. Bai Qing's right palm blasted out, and a palm shadow actually materialized into a huge bluestone that came crashing down with a rumble. The black-clothed man's expression changed slightly. Bai Qing's timing was extremely accurate. The instant the black-clothed man struggled free, Bai Qing launched an attack. Helpless, the black-clothed man could only control the 8 blades and rush towards the green stone that was formed by the palm. Bang 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 bang. However, Qing Shi's might was too strong. The instant the 8 blades smashed onto Qing Shi, they actually collapsed one after another. The black-clothed man's expression changed drastically. He originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Qing Shi's speed was too fast. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of him. Helpless, he could only forcefully resist. With a slash of his right hand, the dagger danced with a cold light. However, the moment the dagger hit the surface of the bluestone, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand and was forced to retreat. His blood and qi were in turmoil. At the same time, Bai Qing had unknowingly rushed out from behind the bluestone and arrived in front of the black-clothed man. His right palm mercilessly pressed against the black-clothed man's chest. Puchi. The black-robed man's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and fell outside the round plate. Zhuowen nodded to himself as he watched Bai Qing cleanly defeat the black-clothed man. Bai Qing's combat experience was extremely rich, and his timing was extremely accurate. Even if he did not rely on the mark that Zhuowen had left on him, his chances of advancing to the next round were very high. In the following 8 battles, Bai Qing won extremely easily, almost to the extent of crushing his opponents. In the 10th round, a middle-aged man wearing white clothes and holding a folding fan slowly walked up to Bai Qing. The white-clothed man's eyes were extremely sharp, like the bright moon in the sky. The aura on his body was actually much stronger than Bai Qing's. It's Feng Yinxue from the Wind and Thunder clan. Feng Yinxue is Feng Tianhan's father. It is said that his cultivation is extremely strong, reaching the peak of the half-immortal realm. He is an extremely difficult opponent. The moment the white-clothed man appeared, Zhuowen slightly frowned. Xue Hui, who was beside him, introduced the white-clothed man's identity and origin to Zhuowen. Bai Qing's face became even more solemn. He stared at Feng Yinxue, his face slightly pale. Without a doubt, Feng Yinxue, who was at the peak of the half-immortal realm, gave him a great deal of pressure. He was like an unreachable mountain that he could only look up to. Feng Yinxue closed his folding fan and sized Bai Qing up. He said indifferently, "Get out of here. You are too weak. Don't waste my time." Bai Qing's pupils shrank. He clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, "The battle hasn't started yet. How do you know that I will lose?" Feng Yinxue suddenly laughed. He gave Bai Qing a playful look, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. "You're really a stubborn ant. Let me make it clear in advance, when I, Feng Yinxue, make a move, I generally don't leave anyone alive. If you want to fight, be mentally prepared." After he finished speaking, Feng Yinxue completely ignored Bai Qing, whose face had changed greatly. He waved his right hand and the folding fan in his hand shot out like a hidden weapon. It was extremely fast and brought along a violent whistling sound as it swept in front of Bai Qing in an instant. Bai Qing's face was solemn. He struck out with his right palm. Suddenly, a green light burst out and formed a huge bluestone that met the incoming folding fan. Bang! 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 The folding fan smashed onto the bluestone and immediately rotated at high speed. It actually collided with the bluestone dozens of times in an instant. Countless sparks flew out with each collision. Thump! 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 As the folding fan rotated, Bai Qing, who was holding the bluestone, let out a muffled groan and retreated step by step. He retreated hundreds of steps before he could barely stop himself. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. At this moment, Bai Qing's heart was filled with bitterness. He was in a very bad condition. All of his strength was spent on the bluestone. It was difficult for him to even move his body. Feng Ruji looked indifferently at Feng Yinxue, whose eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. He sighed in his heart. Feng Yinxue was not like this in the past. At that time, Feng Yinxue was elegant and dignified. He treated people modestly like a modest young master. However, since Feng Tianhan's death, Feng Yinxue had changed completely. He had become a little crazy and bloodthirsty. Whenever he attacked, there would be blood. Feng Yinxue instantly swept in front of the bluestone. He licked his lips and held the folding fan in his right hand. Then, he slashed it. Suddenly, countless sparks flew out from the surface of the bluestone. A huge force spread out. Bai Qing spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with one knee. His whole body trembled. Die! Feng Yinxue licked his lips and pressed down with his right hand. Suddenly, the bluestone in front of Bai Qing collapsed. Then, the folding fan spun at high speed again and swept toward Bai Qing's forehead. The surface of the fan emitted a cold light that was exceptionally dazzling. If this attack landed, Bai Qing would definitely die. Feng Yinxue laughed crazily. He could imagine the scene of Bai Qing being torn into pieces by the folding fan. However, the moment the folding fan swept toward Bai Qing's forehead, a terrifying yellow light burst out from Bai Qing's forehead. Then, a yellow rainbow swept out and bounced the folding fan away. After bouncing the folding fan away, the yellow rainbow did not slow down and continued to sweep toward Feng Yinxue. At this moment, Feng Yinxue's face changed slightly. He waved his right hand and recalled the folding fan. Then, he poured his celestial energy into the folding fan. The originally small folding fan expanded dozens of times after celestial energy was poured into it. The tip of the fan bone even grew out of it. Then, Feng Yinxue waved the folding fan in his right hand. Suddenly, a whistling wind accompanied by snowflakes turned into a terrifying snowstorm and swept toward the yellow rainbow. Due to this obstruction, the speed of the yellow rainbow slowed down. Then, Feng Yinxue realized that the yellow rainbow was actually a yellow needle that was a few feet long. Bai Qing's gaze fell on the yellow needle. Then, he looked at Zhuowen who was not far away and revealed a look of gratitude. He knew that the yellow needle was secretly placed on him by Zhuowen. Immortal technique? Feng Yinshue's face was solemn. He felt a strong sense of danger from the yellow needle. While he was pondering, the yellow needle buzzed and broke the folding fan. Bang! Feng Yinshue felt his right hand go numb and the folding fan completely collapsed. Then, Feng Yinshue kept retreating. The yellow needle kept following him and aimed at his vital points. Soon, Feng Yinshue retreated to the edge of the disc. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He roared in anger, immortal technique, wind shuttle. Feng Yinshue waved his sleeve and the surrounding air began to condense, forming terrifying shuttles. These shuttles were made of wind and had extremely powerful destructive power. There were a lot of wind shuttles, and they surrounded the yellow spring death needles. The wind shuttles were very powerful, but the moment they surrounded the yellow spring death needles, the needles suddenly collapsed into countless yellow spring water droplets. These yellow spring water droplets flew out from the gaps of the wind shuttles and condensed back into the yellow spring death needles at lightning speed, instantly piercing through Feng Yinshue's forehead. Puchi! A bloody hole appeared between Feng Yinshue's brows. Soon after, Feng Yinshue's entire body was torn apart. He shrieked and emitted extremely painful howls. Then, with a speed visible to the naked eye, he turned into a dried corpse without any signs of life. The moment Feng Yinshue died, the surrounding fell into silence. Then, the sound of cold air being sucked in rang out. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief and was speechless for a long time. Feng Ruji's body trembled. He recognized the yellow spring water droplets from the yellow spring death needle. These yellow spring water droplets were used by Zhuowen. At this moment, Feng Ruji's heart was filled with anger. He stared at Bai Qing and shouted, "Zhuowen, it really is you. Even if you disguise yourself beyond recognition, do you think this old man can't recognize you? Today, this old man must kill you." Feng Ruji shouted angrily. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he rushed towards Bai Qing. With a press of his right hand, countless wind blades swept out and formed a wind spear that was several feet long. Whoosh! Feng Ruji squeezed his right hand and the wind spear shot out like a shuttle. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Bai Qing in an instant. Chapter 1745. Wind shuttle. The wind spear was extremely fast. The moment it arrived in front of Bai Qing, a huge mountain fell from the sky and smashed heavily in front of Bai Qing. Bang! The wind spear smashed onto the lone peak and immediately emitted an ear-piercing muffled sound. Soon after, the wind spear, which was like a rainbow, was blocked by the lone peak. Feng Ruji's pupils shrank. He stared coldly at Zhuowen, who was sitting on the round plate opposite him, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Long One, what is the meaning of this? This person has a great feud with my Wind and Thunder clan. Do you want to fight me for him?" Zhuowen's lips curled up slightly. He said indifferently, "Bai Qing and I have a good relationship. If you can kill him, why can't I save him?" Feng Ruji suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "This person killed Feng Yinshue of my Wind and Thunder clan. Moreover, the aura of his immortal technique is exactly the same as that of Zhuowen, who caused havoc in my Wind and Thunder clan. This person is Zhuowen. Do you still want to stop me?" The moment these words came out, the many cultivators were in an uproar. It could be said that everyone in the Central Plains knew about Zhuowen's matter. Back then, the war between the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan was inextricably related to Zhuowen. Later, it even led to a battle between the heavenly immortal patriarchs of the two clans, which caused quite a stir. Moreover, the two earthly immortal realm experts, Jiang Zuomei of the Ice and Fire clan and Lei Qingtian of the Thunder branch of the Wind and Thunder clan, went missing after chasing Zhuowen. Many people guessed that the two earthly immortal realm experts might have died in the shattered nightmare abyss. Now that Feng Ruji said this, everyone's eyes fell on Bai Qing. Their gazes changed. They knew that if Bai Qing was really Zhuowen in disguise, then it was too terrifying. This person could walk out of the shattered nightmare abyss without dying. His luck was too heaven-defying. Moreover, the deaths of Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian might have something to do with this person. Bai Qing's expression changed slightly. When Feng Ruji mentioned Zhuowen's name, he immediately thought of the master of the Yellow Spring Death Needle, Long Wen. At this moment, he somewhat understood that this Long Wen should be Zhuowen in disguise. Although he had some guesses, he did not dare to speak carelessly. He was very clear that Feng Ruji was difficult to provoke, but Zhuowen was even more difficult to provoke. Now that he was caught between the two, the only thing he could do was to remain silent. This has nothing to do with me. I'm protecting Bai Qing, Zhuowen said calmly. Feng Ruji frowned. After a moment of silence, he sneered, "You are courting death. You can't blame me. Even if you are strong, even if you are related to the messenger of chaos, I will kill Zhuowen today. You can't stop me." As he spoke, Feng Ruji did not care about Zhuowen at all. Instead, he waved his sleeve. Instantly, the air within a radius of several thousand feet around him started to flow in reverse. Moreover, the speed of this reverse air flow was extremely fast. It actually formed a terrifying reverse air current. Immortal technique wind shuttle. Feng Ruji shouted coldly. Suddenly, the air within several thousand feet around him formed terrifying wind shuttles. These wind shuttles were densely packed and spread over several thousand feet. The number of wind shuttles was extremely terrifying. Although Feng Ruji used the same immortal technique as Feng Yinxue, the wind shuttles used by Feng Ruji were much more terrifying than Feng Yinxue's. They were densely packed and almost covered the entire surrounding space. It was as if there were thousands of blades shining brightly in the sky. Zhuowen sat quietly on the round plate. He looked at Feng Ruji, who took the initiative to attack, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Originally, Zhuowen had his own purpose in placing the Yellow Spring Death Needle on Bai Qing. That was to attract Feng Ruji's attention and make him think that Bai Qing was Zhuowen. Once Feng Ruji recognized him, he would definitely attack. Once Feng Ruji attacked, it would give Zhuowen a reason to attack, which was exactly Zhuowen's purpose. Immortal Technique Lone Peak. Zhuowen pointed with his right hand. The lone peak in front of Bai Qing became even larger and immediately swept towards the wind shuttles in the sky. Bai Qing was swept up by Zhuowen and sent to the round plate beside him. Since Bai Qing had won 10 matches in a row, he naturally advanced smoothly and had the right to sit on the round plate. After Bai Qing sat on the round plate, he remained silent. He glanced at Zhuowen with a complicated look in his eyes, then sighed softly and remained silent. Zhuowen naturally noticed Bai Qing's abnormality, but now wasn't the time to explain. What he needed to do now was to take revenge on Feng Ruji. Although the Wind and Thunder clan had a heavenly immortal patriarch, Zhuowen wasn't afraid. He had Shi Ji's communication jade token. If the heavenly immortal patriarch of the Wind and Thunder clan, Feng Lei Wuji, really appeared, then he could naturally summon Shi Ji. In front of a true immortal like Shi Ji, Feng Lei Wuji was nothing. In other words, he was just like an ant. This was why Zhuowen dared to go against Feng Ruji in the Wind and Thunder clan. Of course, if Zhuowen knew that Feng Lei Wuji had already fallen, he probably wouldn't have such thoughts. Boom! 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 The lone peak and the wind shuttles instantly collided. Immediately after, terrifying explosions rang out continuously. When the two terrifying immortal techniques collided, the energy that was produced was extremely terrifying and terrifying. It almost shook the huge round plate below. Countless wind and thunder energies burst out, turning into a spectacular thunder liquid. Many martial artists below the wind lightning disc were horrified. The power of the aftershock from the collision of the two celestial arts was too terrifying. Some of the energy from the aftershock was difficult for many martial artists to withstand. Bang! The collision of the two immortal techniques didn't last long, but the power of the aftermath was terrifying. Fine cracks appeared on the space above the disc, like glass that would shatter at any time. Feng Ruji snorted coldly. He stared at Bai Qing, who was not far from Zhuowen, with hatred flashing in his eyes. Perhaps others were just guessing, but he knew that Lei Qingtian was indeed dead. Not only Lei Qingtian, but even Feng Lei Wuji had died. Moreover, he died without any warning. He didn't even know how the heavenly immortal patriarch of the Wind and Thunder clan died. However, Feng Ruji knew that the source of all this must be Zhuowen. It could be said that he deeply hated Zhuowen. Now that he recognized Zhuowen's move, how could he let Zhuowen go? Those who stand in my way shall die. Feng Ruji's voice was extremely cold. He flicked his right finger, and suddenly, a ray of light gushed out from his spiritual ring, turning into a thin sword that was a few feet long. The surface of the sword was engraved with dense patterns, and within these patterns, there was a strange wind energy. Holding the sword, Feng Ruji waved it slightly, and suddenly, countless wind blades swept out. An earthly immortal sacred artifact. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Longwen, hand over Zhuowen, and I won't make things difficult for you. My Wind and Thunder clan will even compensate you with enough immortal crystals. What do you think? Feng Ruji said. At this moment, Bai Qing was a little panicked. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. He stared at Zhuowen, and his heart was extremely nervous. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he said, no. Feng Ruji's eyes were cold as he said, if that's the case, then I can only let you suffer. I didn't take the initiative to look for you. You are the one who asked for it. As he spoke, Feng Ruji stepped on the ground with his right foot, holding the thin sword, and slashed out. Suddenly, the air within a few hundred feet around him flowed backwards, and the dense wind blades stacked together, forming a huge invisible wind blade that was a few hundred feet long. This invisible wind blade was extremely fast. It broke through the air and rushed toward Zhuowen, and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Zhuowen stood quietly in the air, and with a flick of his finger, he took out the five-bird seal. He pointed his right hand at the five-bird seal, and suddenly, a large amount of green qi gushed out of the seal. Then, the green qi manifested into 5 giant beasts, a tiger, a deer, a bear, an ape, and a bird. The 5 giant beasts roared and merged into one, forming a huge fierce beast with 5 heads. The 5 heads of the fierce beast were tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird. Its body was like a snake's body, and it was extremely huge, at least a few hundred feet long. The strange beast roared to the sky, and in an instant, it swept up into the sky. With a swing of its snake tail, it directly hit the wind blade and dispersed it. Feng Ruji's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Longwen to have an earthly immortal sacred artifact. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand and hit the thin sword. Immediately, he slashed out with the thin sword in his hand. Sizzle! 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 Suddenly, the air around Feng Ruji began to flow backwards, forming a wind blade that was thousands of feet long. The wind blade was like a giant beast, and it rumbled down and smashed on the strange beast's head. When the two collided, an earth-shattering power exploded, and a terrifying muffled sound resounded through the sky. Yang Yi, who was lying on the green qilin in the sky, had woken up. He looked down at the battle below, and his eyes flickered. First, he looked at Zhuowen, then he fixed his gaze on Feng Ruji with a cruel smile on his face. Feng Ruji, how dare you go against my junior brother? Do you want to die? Yang Yi's lazy voice came, and Feng Ruji's face changed. Just as he was about to reply, a whistling sound came from behind him. Feng Ruji cursed in his heart. He wanted to turn around and fight back, but he helplessly found that he was fighting with Zhuowen and could not free himself. Bang! A palm swept over like a ghost, and fiercely imprinted on Feng Ruji's back. Then, Feng Ruji groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was directly sent flying. Yang Yi, who was behind him, stroked his right hand and directly took the thin sword back from Feng Ruji's hand. He smiled and said, "Your earthly immortal sacred artifact is not bad. Give it to me." Yang Yi's words were too much. Feng Ruji felt a sweetness in his mouth, and he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. The moment Feng Ru halberd was sent flying, Zhuowen's eyes lit up and he instantly arrived before Feng Ru halberd. The five-bird seal in his hand smashed down and the five-bird seal flew out again. This time, the five-bird seal was thousands of feet large. It smashed down and wanted to completely destroy Feng Ru halberd. Feng Ruji's face turned ugly. He made a seal with his right hand, then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the blood that he spat out began to squirm, and turned into a blood ball. Chapter 1746. Primordial Spirit Explosion. The moment Feng Ruji devoured the blood ball, Feng Ruji's aura skyrocketed. The injuries he had suffered from Yang Yi's attacks were all healed, and his aura was close to that of a peak earth immortal. Feng Ruji didn't pay any attention to Yang Yi or Zhuowen. Instead, he gloomily stared at Bai Qing, who wasn't too far away. With a low roar, he stepped forward and teleported away. Unfortunately, when Feng Ruji teleported out, countless thunderbolts spread out from his surroundings and instantly sealed the space around Feng Ruji. Moreover, these thunderbolts were not ordinary thunderbolts, but the seven-color tribulation thunderbolts when the blood immortal became an immortal. Zhuowen was holding the golden thunder bamboo in his right hand. The surface of the golden thunder bamboo flickered with seven-colored lightning. Its terrifying destructive power shocked many of the spectating cultivators. Even Yang Yi revealed a look of astonishment. Seven-colored tribulation lightning. This kid is not simple. He has something like this on him. Yang Yi looked at the golden lightning bamboo in Zhuowen's hand and stood quietly in the void. He had no intention of interfering. The seven-colored tribulation lightning sealed the space, and Feng Ruji's teleportation failed. His eyes were cold. He pointed out with his right hand, and the surrounding air flowed backward, forming a sharp needle a few feet long at the tip of his finger. The needle was surrounded by countless whirlpools. Wind shuttle finger. As he spoke, Feng Ruji stepped forward with his right foot. His fingertip turned into a sword and pointed at the seven-colored tribulation lightning in front of him. With a piercing sound, the wind shuttle finger stopped the seven-colored tribulation lightning in front of him. Crackle crackle. A series of explosions sounded. The wind shuttle finger and the seven-colored tribulation lightning exploded with terrifying aftershocks. However, the seven-colored tribulation lightning was a terrifying thunderbolt that came when the immortal became an immortal. It was extraordinary. Therefore, even with the wind shuttle finger, Feng Ruji could not break it. Moreover, the seven-colored tribulation lightning was like a maggot in his bones. It followed his wind shuttling finger and rushed towards his arm, causing Feng Ruji to have no choice but to retreat, his expression gloomy. The moment Feng Ruji retreated, Zhuowen revealed a smile. He then reached out his right hand and grabbed a primordial spirit from the spiritual ring. This primordial spirit was obtained from killing Zhou Jun. Its power was much weaker than Lei Qingtian's, but it was enough to injure Feng Ruji. When Zhuowen took out the primordial spirit, Xue Hui and Old Man Zhu were still fine, but Ji Feilong and Xue Tianze were shocked. They stared at the primordial spirit in Zhuowen's hand with their mouths wide open. The two of them could faintly feel that the origin soul in Zhuowen's hand contained Zhou Jun's aura. Without a doubt, this origin soul belonged to Zhou Jun, and what Feng Ruji said about Zhou Jun being killed by Zhuowen was true. What is he trying to do by taking out his primordial spirit? Was he planning to detonate it? This. Ji Feilong and Shui Tianze looked at each other, their hearts trembling as they thought of an unbelievable possibility. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and revealed a wisp of bright light, and he stared with deep meaning at the soul core in Zhuo Wen's hand. Feng Ruji's pupils shrank. He stared at the origin soul in Zhuo Wen's hand and hurriedly said, "Long Wen, what are you trying to do? There is no enmity between us. How can you use your primordial spirit?" At this moment, Feng Ruji was a little panicked. He was not afraid of Zhuowen, but he had to be afraid of the origin soul in Zhuowen's hand. Even if this origin soul was only at the early earthly immortal realm, if it exploded, it would still cause him a lot of damage. Zhuowen grinned and did not answer. Instead, he waved his sleeve and the surrounding seven-colored thunder tribulation began to shrink. Then, Zhuowen used the devouring curse seal on the origin soul. The countless seals on the surface of the origin soul began to unravel like chains. When all the seals were unraveled, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the origin soul. This aura was too terrifying, and it began to become more and more powerful. As time went by, the origin soul began to emit a blazing white light. After unraveling the last seal, Zhuowen opened his right hand and threw the origin soul down. It instantly fell in front of Feng Ruji. The moment the primordial spirit landed, its aura finally reached its peak. Then, a terrifying white light instantly enveloped the surroundings, like the light of a blazing sun. At this moment, Feng Ruji's heart was pounding. He felt the fear of death. Without holding back, he took out all the divine weapons in his spiritual ring. Although his earthly immortal divine weapon was taken away, he still had many heavenly divine weapons. At this moment, he did not care about them at all. He took out all the weapons that could save his life and surrounded his body to form layers of defense. Feng Ruji kept cursing Zhuo Wen in his heart. Zhuo Wen was a madman. He actually self-destructed his Yuan spirit for someone he didn't even know. This was too crazy. After Feng Ruji set up these defenses, the primordial spirit finally landed in front of him. Then, a terrifying aura suddenly flowed out. Countless white lights began to surge out, dissipating in all directions. Then, there was a terrifying crackling sound. Boom! Boom! The explosion of the essence soul was too terrifying. The sound of the explosion rushed into the 9 heavens and then spread out. Many warriors, even though they were standing far away, could only cover their ears due to the impact of the terrifying explosion. Their eyes were filled with pain. Then, the white explosion began to expand until it was 10,000 feet wide. It completely enveloped the entire wind thunder disk in the sky. Whoosh! 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 Shui Hui, Old Man Zhu, and the others who were sitting on the disk were shocked. They all moved away from the wind thunder disk. Yang Yi squinted his eyes and put his right hand on the wind thunder disk. Suddenly, the wind thunder disk began to expand until it was 10,000 feet wide. It was like a barrier, blocking the entire wind thunder city. Zhuowen had already used teleportation when the origin soul detonated and was thousands of miles away. He stared at the terrifying explosion with astonishment. He did not expect the power of the origin soul to be so terrifying. Moreover, this was only the origin soul of an early-stage earthly immortal divine weapon. If Jiang Zuomei's origin soul detonated, the power would be enough to kill Feng Ruji directly. The explosion did not last long. After about half an incense stick's time, the explosion began to subside slowly. The clouds of smoke also gradually dissipated. Everyone's gazes shot over, landing on the dissipating cloud of smoke. They really wanted to see how Feng Ruji would fare under such an explosion. When the clouds of smoke completely dissipated, Feng Ruji's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Then, gasps were heard one after another. Feng Ruji's clothes were in rags. The saint weapons he had taken out had become scrap metal. Some of them had even been shattered into countless pieces. Feng Ruji was even more miserable. His body was covered in blood and there were even clouds of blood mist erupting from his body. He looked dispirited and his aura was extremely weak. Pfft! Feng Ruji spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Zhuowen with a hint of fear in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Long One, what are you trying to do? Even if you are protecting Zhuowen, there should be a limit. Isn't it too much to use Origin Soul Detonation to deal with me?" At this moment, everyone looked at Zhuowen with gazes filled with fear and dread. Being able to use the self-destruction of one's soul as a method of attack was absolutely shocking. If they had Origin Soul, they would never use it as a means of attack. Instead, they would secretly store it for cultivation. However, this guy detonated it directly. It was too crazy. Usually, this kind of crazy behavior was the easiest to be feared by others because crazy people were illogical. They would do things with their lives on the line. No one was willing to fight with a crazy person. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He stomped his right foot. Suddenly, countless yellow spring water droplets burst out from his body and formed 9 yellow spring death needles. The yellow spring death needle that surrounded Zhuowen also flew to Zhuowen's side. "Now you know the real reason why I am going against you." Zhuowen mocked. Feng Ruji's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His mouth was slightly open. He stared at Zhuowen and said, You are the real Zhuowen." Wow! When Zhuowen revealed his true identity, the crowd below was in an uproar. Originally, they thought that Bai Qing was Zhuowen. However, the situation had changed. The real Zhuowen was Long Wen and Bai Qing was just a cover. Bai Qing smiled bitterly. He finally knew that he had become Zhuowen's bait. Zhuowen's purpose was to lure out Feng Ruji and give Zhuowen a legitimate reason to attack. However, Bai Qing had no resentment in his heart. Zhuowen had already sent him a message saying that he would compensate him later. He did not suffer any substantial injuries, so this time it was beneficial for him. "Yes. I am Zhuowen. Today, I am here to collect a debt." With that said, Zhuowen took a step forward, arriving in front of Feng Ruji in an instant. His right hand pointed out, and instantly, 10 yellow springs death needles shot out like 10 rainbows, piercing towards Feng Ruji's vital points. Feng Ruji's eyes were dignified, but more than that, he was angry. This Zhuowen was too hateful. He actually dared to play with him like a monkey. He would not forgive this Zhuowen. "Today, this old man will kill you." Feng Ruji roared angrily. His hands suddenly formed a seal, and then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed again, while Feng Ruji's expression became more and more dispirited. Zhuowen knew that Feng Ruji sacrificed his own profound qi to forcibly increase his aura. This kind of secret technique that harmed others without benefiting oneself was extremely sinister and vicious. The side effects must be great. However, Feng Ruji did not care so much. At this moment, his only thought was to kill Zhuowen in front of him, regardless of the consequences. Feng Ruji was very clear that the death of Lei Qingtian and Feng Lei Wuji could not be hidden for long. Once other forces in the central region knew about it, the Feng Lei family would be in danger. Chapter 1747. Ask the Buddha Whoosh. Feng Ruji's body was surrounded by a gust of wind. A storm that was 100 feet wide emerged from the void behind him and rushed into the sky. It was so powerful that it caused the surrounding clouds to collapse. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a cautious look. Although Feng Ruji was seriously injured and his strength had decreased significantly, he was still able to raise his strength to his peak state by relying on this secret technique that harmed others without benefiting himself. Thus, he was rather difficult to deal with. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo curled his right index finger and pointed at the void. Instantly, the void behind Zhuo tore open. From this opening, droplets of yellow springs water poured out and gathered in the air above Zhuo. These yellow spring water droplets came from Luo Yanjing's tribe. Zhuo had used the devouring curse to set up a secret teleportation formation in the tribe's tower. He could control it and absorb the yellow spring water droplets from everyone in the tribe to form a powerful attack. Slaughtering yellow spring finger! Zhuo shouted. Instantly, countless yellow spring water droplets gathered in the void behind Zhuo and formed a finger that was a few hundred feet wide. The finger was so lifelike that it looked like a real person's finger. There were clear stripes on the surface of the finger and a powerful aura gushed out from it. Zhuo stared at the slaughtering yellow spring finger in the sky and nodded. He could feel that the amount of yellow spring water droplets he had absorbed this time was much more than when he was in Luo Yanjing's body. It seemed that the tribe had developed well in the past 6 months and had collected a lot of yellow spring water droplets. Zhuo took a step forward and stood on the tip of the slaughtering yellow spring finger. Then, he stomped his right foot and the slaughtering yellow spring finger shot towards Feng Ruji like a rainbow. Feng Ruji's expression turned serious. He could also feel that the power of Zhuowen's finger of yellow springs was much stronger than before. Immortal art, Eye of the Storm. Feng Ruji formed a seal with both of his hands. Instantly, the gigantic windstorm swept over. At the center of the windstorm, a gigantic eye of the windstorm appeared. The eye of the wind opened and closed, and a ray of gray light gushed out. The gray beam of light was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhuo and slammed into the slaughtering yellow spring finger. Zhuo was shocked to find that the gray beam of light was extremely sharp. It instantly pierced through the slaughtering yellow spring finger. Following that, the massacring finger of the netherworld disintegrated into countless netherworld water droplets. As for the gray beam of light, it seemed to have a mind of its own. After drilling out of the massacring finger of the netherworld, it silently swept towards Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He activated the 5-bird seal and blocked the gray beam of light from his back. With a clang, Zhuowen felt the blood and qi in his body boil. Then, he fell forward. However, the gray beam of light was entangled by the 5-bird seal. Waves of green qi lingered around it. Then, Zhuowen's right hand continuously struck out the devouring curse. Waves of curse seals gushed out and covered the gray beam of light. The sealing power of the curse seals completely sealed the gray beam of light. After doing all this, Zhuo waved his sleeve and put away the 5-bird seal. His gaze once again fell on Feng Ruji, and he became extremely cautious. He did not expect that Feng Ruji could still display such a powerful battle strength after being affected by the primordial spirit bomb. He was indeed a powerful existence in the late earthly immortal realm. Feng Ruji's eyes flickered and revealed a trace of surprise. He clearly did not expect Zhuo to be able to block the attack of the Eye of the Storm. I'd like to see how many Eye of the Storm you can block. Feng Ruji snorted coldly. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood on the Eye of the Storm next to him. Suddenly, the Eye of the Storm hidden in the Eye of the Storm suddenly became violent, and then it spat out 3 terrifying gray beams of light. Whoosh! 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 The gray beams of light were extremely fast. They came from 3 directions and instantly surrounded Zhuo. Zhuo took out 2 golden thunder bamboos and released all the 7-colored thunderbolts that he had absorbed. In an instant, Zhuo was surrounded by dense 7-colored tribulation thunder. Bang! 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 The 3 gray beams of light arrived as expected, but they were all blocked by the 7-colored tribulation thunder. Zhuo, wrapped in the 7-colored tribulation thunder, swept in front of Feng Ruji like a rainbow. Immortal technique, Lone Peak. Zhuo did not hesitate to mobilize most of the essence blood on the surface of his inner core. In an instant, a terrifying surge of immortal core power began to surge out of Zhuowen's body and then formed a lone peak behind him. The lone peak was the strongest attack Zhuowen had ever used. As soon as the lone peak appeared, it fiercely smashed into the eye of the storm. Boom! The two collided and swept up a monstrous wave of air. The clouds in the sky were scattered, revealing the blue sky. So what if you're heaven-defying? You're just a half-immortal. The gap between you and a late-stage Earth immortal is too big. Today, I'll let you see how powerful a late-stage Earth immortal is. Feng Ruji sneered and clenched his right fist. Suddenly, the eye of the storm behind him began to bend and then converged on his fist. This punch was extremely fast, creating a rumbling sound in the air, heavily smashing in front of the lone peak, actually smashing a huge hole in the lone peak. Moreover, the 30,000 feet tall lone peak was even smashed to the point where it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The wind was like a halberd. Punches were launched one after another. Every punch was accompanied by a terrifying explosion. It was as if even the air was shattered by the punches. It was extremely terrifying. On the surface of the lone peak, there were many fist marks. Countless rocks fell from the top of the mountain. It was as if countless bombs had exploded within the mountain. Zhuowen clenched his right hand and the scattered underworld water droplets gathered again into the slaughtering finger of Acheron. Then, he stomped his right foot and the slaughtering finger of Acheron broke through the air, crossed the lone peak, and landed directly on top of Feng Ruji's head. Feng Ruji's mouth was full of a sneer. He bent his right leg and clenched his right fist. Then, he stomped his right foot and his right fist was ready to strike. He directly punched the slaughtering finger of Acheron that was descending from the sky. Boom! Boom! The power of this punch was exceptionally terrifying. It actually destroyed the slaughtering finger of Acheron with one punch. However, Zhuowen was extremely calm. He did not show any signs of panic because of the destruction of the slaughtering finger of Acheron. He put his palms together and a Buddhist light surged out of his body. Then, a huge shadow of an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. Celestial Arts ask Buddha. I ask Buddha, a world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf. The moment the slaughtering finger of Acheron collapsed, Zhuowen put his palms together and fell head first. The shadow of an ancient Buddha that appeared behind him was also in the same position as him. At the same time, countless falling flowers and leaves around Zhuowen set off each other. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was like a rainbow. Carrying a Buddhist light, his right palm blasted out, piercing through the flowers and leaves. Bang! The fist and the palm blasted together. The huge shadow of the ancient Buddha also collided with the terrifying eye of the storm. Then, the surrounding space collapsed, forming a huge crescent-shaped gully in the void. Countless cracks appeared on the wind and thunder disk that was originally activated by Yang Yi. In the end, the wind and thunder energy dissipated and the wind and thunder disk was completely annihilated into nothingness. Many warriors in the Wind and Thunder City were looking forward to it. They all wanted to know who won and who lost in this collision. Of course, regardless of the outcome, Zhuowen was already completely famous. It would not be long before the news of Zhuowen's appearance in the divine battle preliminaries of the Wind and Thunder Prefecture spread throughout the central region. After all, what Zhuowen did back then could be said to be extremely daring and earth-shattering. Recently, he even dared to fight one-on-one with Feng Ruji, who was in the late Earth Immortal realm. Such behavior could be said to be extremely demonic. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions resounded. The shadow of the ancient Buddha and the eye of the storm, who were confronting each other in the distance, both collapsed. Then, a rather miserable voice was heard, flying out from the dense clouds. The crowd were able to tell that the person that was sent flying was none other than Zhuowen. In this confrontation, the loser should be Zhuowen. After all, the gap between him and Feng Ruji is too big. Even if Feng Ruji suffered a serious injury because of the messenger of primal chaos, the late Earth Immortal Realm is still the late Earth Immortal Realm. He's not someone a half-immortal can compare to. Many warriors sighed softly. Now that they knew the result, they did not feel too surprised. After all, the gap between Zhuowen and Feng Ruji was too big. Zhuowen's defeat was reasonable. Of course, Zhuowen, whose cultivation was only in the half-immortal realm, was able to force Feng Ruji to this extent. This was already unprecedented. The moment Zhuowen flew out, the clouds also slowly dissipated. In front of Zhuowen, Feng Ruji knelt on one knee in the void. His whole body was bleeding, looking extremely ferocious. He slowly raised his head and stared at Zhuowen. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Then, with a low roar, he rushed out again as if he had gone crazy. Still in mid-air, Zhuowen naturally noticed Feng Ru halberd dashing towards him. However, his heart was exceptionally calm. His gaze landed on Feng Ru halberd's body as he began to calculate the distance between the two. Whoosh! When Feng Ruji was only 10 meters away from Zhuowen, Zhuowen waved his right hand and directly took out a piece of primordial spirit from the spirit ring. The primordial spirit's aura was as vast as the sea. This was only because the primordial spirit was still sealed. If the seal was completely removed, the aura emitted from the primordial spirit would definitely be more terrifying. In just a moment, Feng Ruji was only a few meters away from Zhuowen. However, he also noticed the primordial spirit that Zhuowen took out. His pupils shrank into needles, revealing a look of disbelief. You actually still have a primordial spirit? How is this possible? Feng Ruji screamed. His right foot paused, but soon, a determined look appeared on his face. He knew that it was too late to escape now. The only way was to directly kill this kid. Die. Feng Ruji acted decisively. Thinking of this, he waved his right fist and directly smashed towards Zhuowen's chest. This fist carried the power of thousands of caddies. The surrounding air whistled with countless terrifying wind sounds. Chapter 1748. The infinite void. At the same time, Zhuowen mobilized all of the blood essence that Shi Ji had left in his inner core. He once again struck out with his right palm and muttered, "Immortal art, ask the Buddha." This time, the immortal art, ask the Buddha that Zhuowen had used was far more terrifying than before. After all, Zhuowen had used all of the blood essence that Shi Ji had left in his inner core. Endless Buddhist light spread out and covered Zhuowen's entire body. Then, a 10,000 zhang tall Buddha shadow appeared. Countless falling flowers and leaves shuttled back and forth, forming a gorgeous vortex. Feng Ruji's face tightened, looking as ferocious as a ghost. Then, he struck out with his right palm. This palm contained all of his strength, sweeping up countless terrifying storms in the sky. Due to the influence of Feng Ruji's palm, even the air in the entire Wind Thunder City began to flow in reverse. The speed of the airflow also gradually increased. Many cultivators were affected by this reverse airflow, feeling as if their bodies were being restrained. Even Xue Hui, Old Man Zhu, Shui Tianzi, and Ji Feilong, the four earthly immortal old monsters, felt the restraint of this reverse airflow. They couldn't help but use their own immortal core power to resist this extremely uncomfortable feeling of restraint. In their hearts, they were even more afraid of Feng Ruji. The power of this palm was actually able to cause the airflow in the entire Wind Thunder City to reverse. Moreover, it even caused the four earthly immortal old monsters to feel restrained. This showed how terrifying the power of this palm was. Without a doubt, the four of them didn't have the confidence to withstand this palm. They might even be killed by this palm of Feng Ruji's. In the Wind Thunder City, only Yang Yi stood quietly not far away. He wasn't affected by the reverse airflow at all. His eyes were like torches, piercing through the heavy fog and finally landing on Zhuowen. When he saw Zhuowen's calm eyes, a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said in a low voice, "Interesting. This kid really had a lot of fortuitous encounters in the Shattered Elephant Abyss. Not only did his cultivation improve so quickly, his strength is even more shocking." Boom! Boom! The wind was like a halberd as it struck the ancient Buddha's shadow. Then, Zhuowen felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from all around him. The air around him began to reverse rapidly, and his robes fluttered in the wind and fluttered wantonly. A powerful tearing sensation surged in Zhuowen's body. This tearing sensation was too terrifying. Then, Zhuowen's skin began to wrinkle. Because of this sensation, Zhuowen's body, his meridian points were actually blood. Mists of blood spurted out of his body. Zhuowen was torn studio. Zhuowen was studio. Feng Ruji was clearly going all out. He once again spat out a mouthful of essence blood. This powerful essence blood that contained rich energy sprayed onto his right palm. Suddenly, the power of his right palm was raised to the extreme. Boom! At this moment, the huge ancient Buddha shadow was completely frozen in the void under this palm. Then, countless cracks appeared on its surface. Bang! 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 Finally, a series of muffled sounds came from the surface of the ancient Buddha shadow. Then, the ancient Buddha shadow began to crumble. Feng Rujifeng's right palm was like a thread piercing through flowers. It instantly pierced through the ancient Buddha shadow and struck Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen only felt a sense of life-threatening crisis. Without hesitation, he summoned the blood immortal and blocked in front of him. "Block it for me," Zhuowen said in a low voice. After half a year of cultivation, the injuries caused by the blood immortal's tribulation had been completely healed. Even her realm had improved. As soon as the blood immortal appeared, she squinted her eyes. The blood thunder all over her body rumbled and formed a surging blood thunder defense in front of her. At the same time, the bone spurs on the blood immortal's body contracted in front of her, forming a dense bone spur defense. Boom! At this moment, Feng Rui's halberd-like right palm also arrived and landed heavily in front of the blood immortal. Then, there was a series of crackling sounds. Then, the bone spike and blood lightning in front of the blood immortal were smashed into dust by the palm. Puchi! The blood immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face suddenly became pale and bloodless. Then, she fell from the sky in a free fall. After being blocked by the blood thunder, the power of Feng Rujifeng's palm was greatly weakened. Now, it hit Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's sternum directly collapsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He directly opened his thunder wings and disappeared as if he had teleported. Rumble. At this moment, Feng Rujifeng completely gave up his defense. He placed all his hopes on this palm. But now, the appearance of the blood immortal completely ruined his plan. It was supposed to be a sure-kill palm. But now, because of the blood immortal, it didn't completely kill Zhuowen. Moreover, this guy even opened his thunder wings. With the addition of thunder wings, Zhuowen's speed was even faster than teleportation. Under such speed, even Feng Rujifeng couldn't catch up with him. Feng Rujifeng was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Zhuowen and growled, "The thunder wings are really on you. You bastard, did you kill Lei Qingtian?" Zhuowen's face was pale. He had a pair of thunder wings on his back. He coldly stared at the ferocious Feng Rujifeng and said indifferently, "The primordial spirit in front of you belongs to Jiang Zuomei of the Icefire family. What do you think will happen to Lei Qingtian?" As soon as he finished speaking, the seal on the surface of the primordial spirit floating in front of Feng Rujifeng was finally completely undone. Then, an extremely terrifying explosion occurred. This time, the explosion of Jiang Zuomei's primordial spirit was too blazing. It gave people the feeling that a second sun had appeared in the sky. In an instant, the entire Wind-Thunder Prefecture was shrouded in this white light. The temperature in the air was also rapidly rising. So hot. This is too terrifying. The owner of this primordial spirit might really be Jiang Zuomei's. It can actually produce such a terrifying explosion. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Zuomei is also a late earthly immortal realm expert. The power produced by the explosion of her primordial spirit is far more terrifying than that of Zhou Jun's primordial spirit. It's enough to raise the entire Wind-Thunder City and the surrounding millions of miles to the ground. Many cultivators were aghast. They stared at the primordial spirit that had completely exploded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zhuowen as if they were looking at a monster. They knew very well that if this primordial spirit really belonged to Jiang Zuomei, then the one who killed Jiang Zuomei was most likely this Zhuowen. Since Jiang Zuomei was already dead, then Lei Qingtian, who was chasing after Zhuowen with Jiang Zuomei, would probably not be spared either. In everyone's eyes, the matter of killing two terrifying late earthly immortal realm experts was inconceivable. Moreover, the murderer was only a half-immortal. This reality was somewhat inconceivable. Yang Yi's face became extremely solemn. He patted the green qilin and said in a deep voice, "We can't let this explosion spread to Wind-Thunder City." As he spoke, Yang Yi stepped on the void with his right foot. In an instant, he swept above the expanding explosion. Then, his 5 fingers on his right hand rapidly formed seals. He clasped his hands together and shouted in a low voice, "Immortal technique, infinite void." Yang Yi pressed down with his right hand. Instantly, with him as the axis, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of void began to distort. Moreover, this distortion was extremely overbearing. It directly distorted 180 degrees. In this distorted void, the terrifying explosion of the primordial spirit directly changed its direction and swept towards the sky. Zhuowen waved his sleeve again. Immediately, the void that was distorted 180 degrees distorted again. Then, Zhuowen was astonished to find that this time, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of void had been distorted into a sphere by Yang Yi. This spherical void was directly separated from the surrounding void, forming a spherical void of its own. Just like that, it floated above the Wind-Thunder City. This was similar to the energy of the explosion being enveloped by a sphere of glass. It was completely isolated from the surrounding air. As long as this sphere of void was not broken, the terrifying energy of the explosion would not escape and threaten the warriors outside the sphere of void. Zhuowen clutched his collapsed chest. He hurriedly took out several immortal pills from his spiritual ring and swallowed them. He completely calmed down his surging qi and blood. This injury was the most serious injury Zhuowen had suffered since he became a half-immortal. Although he had the strength to kill an early earthly immortal realm expert, it was still not enough to deal with a late earthly immortal realm expert like Feng Ruji. Now, Zhuowen clearly realized that his true strength should be infinitely close to the middle earthly immortal realm. Of course, Zhuowen still had a lot of trump cards, such as the large primordial spirit bomb. Once this bomb was used, even a peak earthly immortal would be blown to death. Even a celestial immortal would be in a very difficult situation when faced with the big primordial spirit bomb. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes fell on the sphere of void isolated by Yang Yi. His face revealed a rather dignified expression. The immortal technique used by Yang Yi was similar to the law of the void that he had comprehended. It could even be said that Yang Yi's use of the law of the void had reached the point of perfection. In the isolated sphere of void, there was endless void power. Although the primordial spirit bomb was terrifying and the destructive power of the explosion was constantly shattering the sphere of void seemed to have infinite space. Although the explosion was terrifying, it still could not completely shatter the sphere of void. However, the power of the primordial spirit bomb was not ordinary. Zhuowen could clearly see that as the explosion continued to expand, cracks began to appear on the surface of the spherical void. These cracks were densely packed and extremely numerous. Perhaps the infinite void would reach its limit at some point. Yang Yi's eyes revealed a dignified expression. He changed the seal of his right hand, pointed out his finger, and said indifferently, "Infinite void, escape into the ninth heaven." As soon as these words came out, the sphere of void slowly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was actually above the ninth heaven. The distance was too far. Even Zhuowen could only see a tiny light spot. He knew that this light spot should be the primordial spirit bomb that was constantly exploding in the sphere of void. Bang! There was a slight explosion as the tiny specks of light exploded. An intense white light spread out, forming a pure and flawless white lotus. Chapter 1749. Strange, the white lotus above the nine heavens lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared in the void. It completely dimmed, and the aura of the wind like halberd also completely disappeared. Looks like Feng Ruji has fallen. Ji Feilong shook his head with shock in his eyes. Shui Tianzi said bitterly, if that was really Jiang Zuomei's primordial spirit, then Feng Ruji wouldn't have been able to survive the explosion. Even his primordial spirit couldn't have escaped. Xue Hui and Old Man Zhu looked at each other with awe in their eyes. It was absolutely terrifying for a half-immortal to fight a late-stage earthly immortal and even kill him. Perhaps even Yuan Hongwen, the divine prince of the primal chaos temple, couldn't do it. However, Zhuowen had done it, even with the help of the primordial spirit bomb. If Zhuowen was just an ordinary half-immortal, then he wouldn't even have the chance to take out the primordial spirit bomb. He might have been killed by Feng Ruji. However, Zhuowen blocked Feng Ruji's attack as a half-immortal. Moreover, he used the method of exchanging life for life and threw a primordial spirit bomb on Feng Ruji's body, causing Feng Ruji to die. This kind of courage and boldness is not something an ordinary person can possess. Moreover, he could take out Jiang Zuomei's primordial spirit. There was no doubt that Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, who had forced Zhuowen into the broken skull abyss, had died in Zhuowen's hands. Whether it was Jiang Zuomei, Lei Qingtian, or Feng Ruji, all three of them were famous earthly immortal experts in the central region. Their cultivations were all at the late stage of the earthly immortal realm, but all of them had died in the hands of Zhuowen. This guy was too terrifying. Unbelievable. A half-immortal killed a late-stage earthly immortal. How is this possible? How is it not possible? Zhuowen did it. He actually killed Feng Ruji. This. The entire Wind Thunder City fell into silence at first, but soon after, it erupted into an uproar that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at the proud figure floating in the air with a pair of lightning wings on his back in disbelief. Zhuowen looked around and met Dokio's fearful gaze. His chest suddenly surged with lofty sentiments. After this battle, he knew that he had thoroughly stepped into the ranks of the true powerhouses of the Central Plains. He now had the qualifications to enjoy the reverent gazes of countless martial artists in the Central Plains. Once upon a time, he had only been a weak profound sage. It had been difficult for him to enter the Central Plains, and he could only be cautious. Even so, he had still been chased by the Wind and Thunder family and the Ice Fire family in the end. At that time, Zhuowen was too weak. He could only wait for death after being captured by the Wind and Thunder clan. He could only take advantage of the war between the two clans to take advantage of it. He didn't dare to face the true experts of the two clans at all. In the end, under the pursuit of Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, he fled in panic like a stray dog. But now, he was once again standing in the Wind Thunder City where the Wind and Thunder clan was located. Under the eyes of countless people, and under the witness of countless people, he had killed the patriarch of the Wind branch of the Wind and Thunder clan, Feng Ruji. If the Wind and Thunder clan wants to avenge Feng Ruji, feel free to look for me, Zhuowen. I, Zhuowen, will naturally take care of them one by one. Zhuowen looked down at the core of the Wind Thunder City, which was the residence of the Wind and Thunder clan. At this moment, there were many martial artists standing in the Wind and Thunder clan. They were all members of the Wind and Thunder clan. Their faces were pale, and in addition to anger, there was also a touch of fear in their eyes. Feng Ruji was one of the two patriarchs of the Wind and Thunder clan. At this moment, he had died in the hands of this boy, and Lei Qingtian's whereabouts were unknown. They were afraid that the two pillars of the Wind and Thunder clan had both fallen. How could they not be afraid? Whoosh! At this moment, the Blood Immortal rushed to Zhuowen's side and said with a flattering smile, "Master, these people of the Wind and Thunder clan, do you want me to help you clean them up?" The Blood Immortal's eyes were bloodshot. He licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. Feng Ruji's attack was not light at all. Even though he looked fine, the injuries on his body were quite serious. Zhuowen looked at the Blood Immortal indifferently and said, "Are you okay?" The Blood Immortal trembled. She turned her head slightly and suddenly looked deeply at Zhuowen. She did not expect Zhuowen to ask such a caring question. A strange feeling emerged in her heart, or rather, she was touched. He. Master, don't worry. What can happen to me? As long as I swallow the essence blood of these martial artists, I will still be alive and kicking. The Blood Immortal laughed. Go. Only kill those above the Saint Realm. Don't kill those below the Saint Realm. Zhuowen nodded and said. Although the Wind and Thunder clan had done many despicable things to Zhuowen, Zhuowen would not go so far as to kill the entire clan. Other than the Saint Realm, martial artists below the Saint Realm were not much of a threat to him. Ha! Master, don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. As he spoke, the Blood Immortal roared. Blood lightning spread all over his body. His body expanded from a few feet to a few dozen feet tall. Then he fell from the sky like a terrifying blood-red meteor. He smashed into the group of buildings where the Wind and Thunder family resided. Then, screams came from the Wind and Thunder clan. Zhuowen stood silently in the void. He waited quietly for Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng to appear. Since Zhuowen came today, he was naturally prepared to face Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng. However, Zhuowen quickly thought of Feng Ruji's previous performance. Logically speaking, if Feng Rujifeng was at the end of his rope, he would normally summon the ancestor of the Wind and Thunder clan, Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng. But until Feng Ruji died, Wu Jifeng and Lei didn't come out. Even now, when all the members of the Wind and Thunder family were slaughtered by the Blood Immortal and were at the end of their rope, Wu Jifeng and Lei still didn't come out. Zhuowen furrowed his brows slightly. All of this was strange. The Wind Lightning inanimate refused to appear, causing Zhuowen's heart to be filled with doubt. Not only Zhuowen, but the surrounding martial artists also reacted. Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng had not come out when the Wind and Thunder clan was in such a crisis. What happened? Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng have fallen. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen's eyes turned slightly and fell on Yang Yi in the sky. Senior brother Yang Yi, how do you know? Zhuowen replied. Yang Yi said, there are not many celestial immortals in the central region. There are records in the Chaos Temple. Once a celestial immortal falls, the Chaos Temple will detect it. Not only did Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng of the Wind and Thunder clan fall, even Jiang Binghan of the Ice Fire clan has fallen. Zhuowen was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Binghan and Wu Jifeng to fall. They were celestial immortals, existences that stood at the pinnacle of the central region. This time, if Zhuowen did not use all his skills and use the spirit bomb, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Feng Rujifeng. Moreover, he had Yang Yi's help this time. He barely exchanged Feng Rujifeng's life with serious injuries. As for facing a celestial immortal, Zhuowen could only escape. Moreover, a celestial immortal had a more powerful teleportation divine ability. Their speed was much faster than his teleportation. Even if Zhuowen used his lightning wings, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of a celestial immortal. Although Zhuowen still had the great primordial spirit bomb on him, it was still very difficult for it to hit a celestial immortal. After all, a celestial immortal who possessed the great teleportation skill could use such a skill to dodge the great primordial spirit bomb in advance. It could be said that facing a celestial immortal, Zhuowen could only die. Only by summoning the fighting Buddha demon sage Shi Ji would he have a chance to turn the tables. This time, he had planned to do so. However, he did not expect Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng to die. What was even more strange was that Jiang Binghan had also fallen. The way these two died was really strange. At this moment, Zhuowen recalled that the Ice-Fire clan suddenly came to the Wind and Thunder clan to ask for him. In addition, he had no choice but to reveal the Wind and Thunder sacred symbol. All of these were too coincidental. Now that he thought about it, Zhuowen realized that he had fallen into a trap and been schemed against. He could completely guess that after the battle between Wu Jifeng and Jiang Binghan, they would inevitably be injured and someone would be the fisherman. Then who was this fisherman? Zhuowen could not think of anything. Who is it? Who is the mastermind behind all of this? I'm afraid the goal of the mastermind is, the sacred symbol. Zhuowen's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. He knew that the mastermind behind the Wind and Thunder clan and Ice-Fire clan must be after the Wind and Thunder sacred symbol and the Ice-Fire sacred symbol. Moreover, Zhuowen also thought of Jianmu, who had been reduced to a puppet. After he entered the Broken Skull Abyss, Jianmu had secretly tried to assassinate him. His goal was not only to kill him, but also to obtain the sacred symbol on him. The man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen thought in his heart. He knew that this matter was definitely related to the man with the ghost mask. The purpose of the man with the ghost mask should be the sacred symbol. No wonder the man with the ghost mask targeted you. Their goal is the sacred symbol on you. Boy, since a part of the origin source of the Wind and Thunder sacred symbol and the Ice-Fire sacred symbol has been obtained by the mastermind behind the ghost mask, then their next target will naturally be you. You must be careful. Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. After he removed the ghost mask on Jianmu's face, he knew that he had been targeted by the organization of the man with the ghost mask. Thinking of the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen suddenly looked in the direction of Yang Yi. He was now a little hesitant. Should he tell Yang Yi about the man with the ghost mask and Yang Yi's matter? We still don't know what Yang Yi is like. You don't have to tell him about this. Just keep it to yourself. Xiao He suddenly reminded him. Zhuowen nodded and secretly replied, I know. As for the truth, I'm afraid we can only find out after Jianmu wakes up. While Zhuowen was thinking, the blood immortal returned to Zhuowen's side, covered in blood. In the buildings where the Wind and Thunder clan was located, all the warriors above the Saint Realm were mercilessly slaughtered by the blood immortal. The Wind and Thunder clan is finished. Chapter 1750. 7 days. The disturbance in the Gale and Thunder family only lasted for a while before Yang Yi rebuilt a huge round platform in the sky above the Gale and Thunder city. This round platform was naturally for the divine battle preliminaries to continue. Zhuowen stood on the blood immortal's back. Under everyone's respectful gazes, he flew to the 100 new round platforms that Yang Yi had built. Xue Hui and Elder Zhu Shang naturally came up to him immediately. The eagerness in their eyes became more intense. Not only Xue Hui, but Shui Tianze and Ji Feilong, who did not particularly care about Zhuowen, also involuntarily went up to him and tried to get close to him. Although Zhuowen's strength was indeed terrifying, Xue Hui and the other three were earthly immortals. Since the four of them had extended an olive branch to him, Zhuowen naturally could not pretend to be aloof. They all courteously returned the greeting. Xue Hui, who was originally dissatisfied because Zhuowen had taken his life essence blood, had completely changed his mind at this moment. He looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of admiration. Bai Qing, take this heaven-defying saint weapon. It should be of great help to you. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out a huge magma river from his spiritual ring. This river was naturally the heaven-defying saint weapon, spirit-devouring magma river, that Zhuowen had obtained from the Green Dragon Palace. Now that Zhuowen's strength was not what it used to be, the spirit-devouring magma river was becoming less and less useful to him. Since he had promised to compensate Bai Qing, he naturally would not break his promise. This spirit-devouring magma river was just right for Bai Qing. Bai Qing took the spirit-devouring magma river and was pleasantly surprised. He naturally felt the powerful aura from this heaven-defying saint weapon. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhuowen, for your gift." The competition continued in an orderly manner. Yang Yi's style of doing things was still as lazy as before. After he finished building the round stage, he once again became a hands-off boss and allowed Xue Hui to preside over the rest of the competition. Half a day later, the final results of the preliminaries were all out. Naturally, there were some who were happy and some who were sad. Moreover, among the 100 people in the preliminary selection, half of them were half immortals, and the rest were basically heaven-defying saint stage. There was no one below the heaven-defying saint stage. The elites of Bai Qing's family were all eliminated. After all, Bai Qing was the only one in Bai family who had reached the heaven-defying saint realm. Yang Yi laid lazily on the Qilin's back and looked down at the 100 people below. He said, "Congratulations, you've passed the preliminaries. You're qualified to participate in the real war of the gods." As soon as Yang Yi said this, everyone that sat cross-legged on the 100 round plates revealed excited expressions, and even Xue Hui, Old Man Ju, and the other 3 earthly immortal realm old fellows were no exception. They knew very well that this battle of the gods was the key to entering the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was related to the ancient times, and there were unimaginable benefits inside. More importantly, warriors who could enter the ancient battlefield would be able to obtain opportunities and break through to a higher realm. The benefits of being able to break through to a higher realm alone had attracted countless warriors, especially old fellows like earthly immortals and heavenly immortals. Old fellows who had reached the earthly immortal realm and heavenly immortal realm often needed opportunities rather than time and resources to advance further. Once they obtained an opportunity, they would be able to smoothly break through to a higher realm. However, if they were unable to obtain an opportunity, they might be stuck in their original realm for the rest of their lives. It could be said that when one reached their realm, a breakthrough would sometimes become an extravagant hope. The location of this battle of the gods will be at the Chaos Temple. Gather here 7 days later. I'll bring all of you to the Chaos Temple then, Yang Yi said faintly. After that, Yang Yi glanced at Zhuowen and patted the Qilin. The Qilin let out a low roar, turned into a green light, and disappeared from the spot. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said a few words to Bai Qing. His right foot stepped on the void, and traces of ripples spread out from his right foot. Then, Zhuowen disappeared from the spot in an instant. After Yang Yi left, the originally quiet Wind Thunder City suddenly burst into an uproar. Of course, the main reason for this uproar was naturally not because of the Battle of the Gods, but because of the Wind Thunder clan, which was almost annihilated. After witnessing Zhuowen's ruthless methods, Zhuowen's name had instead become a taboo in the mouths of the crowd. They wouldn't casually mention him, and even if they did, their voices would be suppressed to the extreme. Whoosh! In the sky above a dense forest thousands of miles away from Wind Thunder City, the Qilin let out a cry and stopped. It turned around and roared at Zhuowen, its eyes full of hostility. Zhuowen ignored the Qilin and looked at Yang Yi. He said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Yang Yi, you should tell me what happened between you and Jian Mu back then." Yang Yi patted the Qilin's head and calmed it down. He took a deep look at Zhuowen and sighed, "It's a long story. When Jianmu and I came to the central region, we directly handed in the Heavenly Worm Avatar's mission. But on the way back from the chaotic temple, Jianmu and I met a group of mysterious people. This group of mysterious people wore ghost masks on their heads. It was extremely strange." Yang Yi frowned when he said this, revealing an extremely solemn expression. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He did not expect Yang Yi to meet the people wearing ghost masks. Moreover, the reason why Jianmu was wearing ghost masks was probably related to what Yang Yi was about to say. The leader of the people wearing ghost masks was very powerful. Moreover, this group of people cooperated with each other very well. They attacked together with the intention of capturing me alive, but they failed in the end. However, I was heavily injured because of this and fled desperately. Yang Yi revealed a trace of guilt when he said this. He continued, "At that time, I couldn't even take care of Jianmu. I'm afraid Jianmu was captured by them. Later on, I specially investigated the origins of this group of people wearing ghost masks, but I found that the clues were incomplete." Zhuowen took a deep breath and thought to himself, "It seems that Jianmu was captured by the faction behind the people wearing ghost masks because of this reason. Moreover, they refined him into this hideous appearance." However, how much of what Yang Yi said is true is still debatable. Zhuowen could not be blamed for doubting Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi's words were only one-sided. Coupled with Xiao Hei's reminder, Zhuowen did not intend to tell Yang Yi about Jianmu in the end. "That's right. According to some clues I found, the goal of this group of people wearing ghost masks is most likely the Holy Talisman. I guess the deaths of the Wind and Thunder family's ancestor Feng Lei Wuji and the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's ancestor Jiang Binghan should be related to this group of people wearing ghost masks. You have the Holy Talisman on you, so be careful." Yang Yi stared at Zhuowen with a touch of concern in his eyes and continued, "If you can follow me. Now that I am the messenger of primal chaos, I am quite respected in the primal chaos temple. Now that the group of people wearing ghost masks does not dare to attack me, you will be much safer by my side than by yourself." Zhuowen quietly stared at Yang Yi. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. This junior brother will act appropriately. There is no need to trouble senior brother." Yang Yi's face stiffened slightly, but soon he smiled and said, "It seems that junior brother is very confident. However, you do have the capital to be confident. You were able to kill a peak earthly immortal as a half-immortal. Even I was far from being able to do that." When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi waved his right hand and passed a jade tablet to Zhuowen. He said, "This jade tablet is my identity jade tablet, and it contains my full strength attack. If you're in trouble, this jade tablet should be of great help to you." Zhuowen took the jade card and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. If senior brother has nothing else to say, junior brother will take his leave first. Go, be careful." Yang Yi did not urge him to stay and said with a smile. Zhuowen cupped his hands again and immediately turned into a rainbow and left this place. "Xiao Hei, can you see through Yang Yi's cultivation?" On the way, Zhuowen suddenly asked Xiao Hei. "I can't see through it. There is a layer of fog on Yang Yi's body that is specially used to block detection. This fog should be set up by an almighty person. I can't see through that layer of fog to see through Yang Yi's cultivation," Xiao Hei said. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a flip of his right hand, he took out the jade card given to him by Yang Yi and continued, "Is there any problem with this jade card?" Xiao Hei was silent for a moment, but shook his head and said, "I can't find any problem with this jade card." Zhuowen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Am I really overthinking it? Senior brother Yang Yi really has nothing to do with Jianmu's disappearance. This matter still needs to be discussed. You'd better be careful. This Yang Yi has more secrets than you." Even if he's not the person with the ghost mask, I'm afraid he's not a simple person, Xiao He said. Zhuowen nodded. He stared at the jade card in his hand for a few times, but casually threw it into the dense forest below. After that, he directly turned into a rainbow and entered Wind Thunder City. Since Zhuowen had no way of knowing Yang Yi's background, nor did he know what Yang Yi's purpose was, under the premise of caution, Zhuowen eliminated anything that could possibly expose his whereabouts, and he could not bring this jade token with him. After returning to Wind Thunder City, Zhuowen found that when many eyes looked at him, they were all evasive. There were even a few eyes that were like mice that saw a cat. They fled in a panic and did not dare to get close to Zhuowen. This scene caused Zhuowen to be stunned at first, and then he quickly recalled his performance in the Battle of Gods, causing him to reveal an expression of understanding. However, he didn't explain anything and just dismissed it with a smile. After that, he notified Bai Qing, and under Bai Qing's respectful lead, he stayed in a rather good inn. After he entered the inn, Zhuowen sat cross-legged and meditated, and he silently waited for the arrival of 7 days. During these 7 days of time, Shui Hui, Old Man Zhu, Ji Feilong, and Shui Tianzi frequently paid him a visit. However, Zhuowen basically asked Bai Qing to decline all of them. Chapter 1751. Temple of Chaos Whoosh. Whoosh! The instant the cry of the green qilin resounded throughout the entire Wind Thunder City, numerous figures flashed out from within the city. The auras of these figures were extremely grand. Even the weakest among them was at the heaven-defying Saint Realm. In the dark attic, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Then he stomped his right foot and disappeared from the attic. At this moment, not far from the inn, Bai Qing was standing there respectfully, and when he saw Zhuowen come out, he said in a low voice, "My lord. Let's go too." Zhuowen nodded, and then he flicked his sleeve to instantly bring Bai Qing to his side before directly teleporting away. At this moment, in the sky above Wind Thunder City, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the back of the green qilin. 100 light pillars floated below him. These 100 light pillars were the teleportation formation that he had set up in the past 7 days. Under the envious gazes of the numerous cultivators in the city, the numerous figures that shot out explosively from Wind Thunder City stepped into the formation without the slightest hesitation. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on Green Qilin's back. He suddenly sneered and said in a deep voice, "Trying to fish in troubled waters." As he spoke, Yang Yi waved his right hand in the air. Suddenly, a scream came from one of the light pillars below. Then, a figure was forced out of the light pillar in an extremely sorry state. His chest had caved in, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely terrifying. Yang Yi didn't stop after chasing away the person who was trying to fish in troubled waters. His right hand pointed at the void again and again. Then, a series of miserable screams resounded in the surroundings. Many warriors who had entered the other light pillars were forced out by Yang Yi. These were basically cultivators who had failed in the preliminaries, but their strength wasn't weak. Because of their unwillingness, they naturally mixed in with the crowd this time. They wanted to seize a light pillar and replace the peach with the peach. If there is a next time, I will not be so merciful. Yang Yi clapped his hands, and a cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. Many warriors who had planned to rush up to the array felt a chill in their hearts, and they all stopped their right feet that were about to take a step forward. With Yang Yi's example, no one tried to take advantage of the situation. Compared to their lives, the qualification to participate in the competition was naturally more important. After most of the warriors returned to their positions, 4 rainbows flew over from not far away. The auras of these 4 rainbows were extremely powerful, far more powerful than the other warriors. Moreover, the speed of these 4 streaks of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the array, revealing 4 imposing figures. Mansion Master Shui Hui of Green Lotus Mansion, Mansion Master Zhu Shang of Precipice Mansion, Shui Tianzi of Celestial Water Mansion, and Mansion Master Ji Feilong of Longrua Mansion. When these four majestic figures arrived side by side, they immediately attracted the attention of the entire Wind Thunder City. Many gazes filled with respect were focused on Xue Hui and the other three. An expert at the earthly immortal realm was already in existence that stood at the peak of this continent, and he ought to receive such reverence and attention. The moment Xue Hui and the other three arrived, another streak of light flew over from afar. Xue Hui and the other three seemed to have sensed something and landed on the streak of light together. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Swoosh! The streak of light flew over in an instant, and then two figures appeared. The one in the lead was a young man in a black robe. Brother Zhuowen. Old man Zhu Shang said politely with a smile. My lord. Xue Hui also cupped his hands respectfully. As for Ji Feilong and Shui Tianzi, although they were not as respectful and courteous as Xue Hui and old man Zhu Shang, they treated Zhuowen with great respect and did not dare to neglect him. Zhuowen nodded at the four of them. Immediately after, he led Bai Qing to choose a light pillar at random and stepped into it. Xue Hui and the other three also chose a light pillar and stepped into it. The moment Zhuowen entered the light pillar, he felt a strange surge of space power, which made him feel a resistance, as if he was in the sea. Moreover, the space power was much stronger than an ordinary teleportation array. It was as if he had entered countless overlapping parallel spaces after entering the light pillar, and there was no end to it. Previously, I heard from Yang Yi that the Chaos Temple exists in a small world isolated by an almighty. If you want to enter the Chaos Temple, you have to be led by a Chaos Envoy. Now, it seems that this is true. After the 100 people for the preliminary selection had all arrived, Yang Yi waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the 100 light pillars in the sky slowly faded away. Yang Yi made a gesture and grabbed at the void with his right hand. A void passage slowly appeared in front of him, and Green Kylan directly disappeared into the void passage under his instructions. The location of the Chaos Temple was extremely mysterious. No one knew its exact location. Even the Chaos Envoy used a special teleportation array to return. Other than that, there was no other way. At this moment, within 100,000 miles of the Chaos Temple, there were restrictions everywhere. The Chaos Envoys stood in every corner of the Chaos Temple like servants. This War of the Gods was related to the primordial battlefield. It was an extremely important event for the Chaos Temple for countless years. All private fights were prohibited within this area. If there were any violators, the Chaos Temple would immediately intervene. Around the Chaos Temple, there were 9 huge teleportation formations. As the teleportation formations shone brightly, many figures appeared on the northern teleportation formation. Many famous martial artists appeared one by one, led by the messengers of chaos to the northern teleportation formation. These martial artists looked excited, and a few of them remained calm. However, they all had one thing in common. After they stepped out of the array, a strong fighting spirit surged from their bodies. Zhuo Wen's figure appeared in the midst of the numerous cultivators. The instant he appeared, he swept his gaze across the surroundings, revealing a grave expression in his eyes. The Chaos Temple was extremely large, like the palace of an ancient emperor. It was extremely magnificent. The buildings were intertwined and stacked on top of each other. There were even restriction fluctuations vaguely leaking out from the buildings. The reason Zhuo Wen had revealed a solemn expression was because of those flickering restrictions. Those restrictions were actually all ancient restrictions. Moreover, they were extremely powerful ancient restrictions. Zhuo Wen had cultivated the devouring curse forbidden art before and had reached the small success stage. He had a good understanding of the ancient forbidden arts. From what he could see, the ancient forbidden arts set up around the Chaos Temple were extremely powerful. Even if he had mastered the devouring curse restriction, if he tried to break through such a terrifying ancient restriction, the only result would be death. Of course, if he had mastered the devouring curse restriction, it would be much better. However, it would still be very difficult to break through such a huge ancient restriction. It was not only the Chaos Temple that was like this. Even the scenery outside the Chaos Temple, such as the boundless starry sky, the surrounding grass and trees, and even the ground under his feet, Zhuowen could feel the fluctuations of the ancient restrictions. Of course, the ancient restrictions in these scenery were much weaker than the ones in the Chaos Temple. However, they were not something that ordinary martial artists could resist. Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly feel that the Chaos Temple and the ancient restrictions in the surrounding scenery were connected. It was as if they were an inseparable whole. If he were to touch one of them, it would affect the whole thing. This made Zhuowen extremely fearful. Any one of the ancient restrictions here was enough to give Zhuowen a headache. If they were connected and interconnected, it would be difficult for Zhuowen to break through them even if he racked his brains. Is this the location of the Chaos Temple? This. Zhuowen looked up at the sky above the Chaos Temple. He discovered that there were countless twinkling stars, just like the starry sky map from his previous life. Moreover, looking at the starry sky above the Chaos Temple, it seemed like he was extremely close to the starry sky. Moreover, when Zhuowen used the devouring curse restriction to carefully size up his surroundings once more, he was shocked to discover that this place was actually a small world formed directly from restrictions, and outside the restrictions was actually a boundless starry sky. Zhuowen secretly cast the devouring curse restriction in an attempt to calculate the exact location of the Chaos Temple. Afterwards, he discovered that the Chaos Temple was located at the bottom of the region, which he was familiar with, in the Central Plains. The Central Plains was extremely far away from here. It was much, much farther than the Empyrean. If Zhuowen had not used the devouring curse restriction to spy on it, he would not have thought that the Chaos Temple was not in the Central Plains at all. It existed in the starry sky above the Central Plains. Below is the Central Plains. Then in the boundless starry sky above the Chaos Temple, is there a continent like the Heavenly Armor Continent? Or perhaps, the Heavenly Armor Continent is just like Earth, an insignificant planet in the boundless starry sky. Zhuowen suddenly had a bold idea. If the Heavenly Armor Continent was really a planet like the Earth, then perhaps he really could find a way to find the secret of why he was reborn on the unfamiliar Heavenly Armor Continent. Perhaps he could follow the starry sky back to the Earth. Of course, this idea only appeared in Zhuowen's mind for a moment. He knew that it was only his guess. As for the real result, Zhuowen himself did not know. Xiao He, have you ever been to the starry sky? This part of the starry sky is so similar to my hometown. Zhuowen suddenly said to himself with some emotion. In his previous life, he was just an insignificant college student. He was humble and ordinary. With a vision for the future, he studied hard and looked forward to being outstanding in the future. Now, when he recalled the scenes of his previous life, he discovered that he had the most precious happiness and satisfaction back then. However, he could no longer feel that kind of ordinary happiness and satisfaction now. It had long been obliterated by the law of the jungle. Several decades have passed. I'm afraid everything has changed. Zhuowen's mouth was full of bitterness as he shook his head and sighed. However, Xiao He was silent for a moment before replying, the starry sky is very vast. With my strength, I can't travel through it at all. Even the almighty divine transformation stage cultivators could only fly tens of millions of kilometers in the starry sky before they could no longer persevere and return to the Heavenly Armor Continent. Chapter 1752. He Yu and Dong Qixin, even soul formation cultivators can't fly for that long. Zhuowen looked serious. He didn't think that even legendary soul formation cultivators couldn't escape the shackles of the galaxy. It seemed that the galaxy wasn't as simple as he thought. No, the environment of the starry sky is very different from that of the Heavenly Armor Continent. True immortals cannot survive in the starry sky for more than 2 hours. Only divine transformation cultivators can truly survive in the starry sky. Even so, divine transformation cultivators are fast, but compared to the vastness of the starry sky, they are insignificant. The reason why the Chaos Temple can stand in the galaxy is because of the countless ancient restrictions around it. Xiao He sighed. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Since Xiao He said so, he knew that with his current cultivation level, he couldn't hope to go to the galaxy. Perhaps in the future, when my cultivation is sufficient, I might really be able to venture into the boundless starry sky. Just what exists on the other side of the starry sky? Zhuowen gazed deeply into the starry sky as he thought to himself. Looks like we're not the first to arrive. Everyone, come with me. Yang Yi laughed. Then, he rode on the green qilin and led the others out of the formation. At the center of the 9 formations, there was a huge fragment of land. This fragment was tens of thousands of miles wide and was quite far away from the Chaos Temple. When Zhuowen saw this fragment of land, a strange look appeared on his face. Wasn't this fragment of land that could be seen everywhere in the Broken Eyebrow Abyss? It seemed that the middle-aged man had moved it here from the Broken Eyebrow Abyss. At this moment, there were already 2 groups standing on the desolate fragment of land. In front of each group stood an envoy of chaos. Moreover, Zhuowen noticed that the auras of the 100 cultivators in these 2 groups were extremely powerful. In fact, they were even stronger than the 100 cultivators on Zhuowen's side. This discovery caused Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. What caught Zhuowen's attention in particular were the 2 people at the front of the 2 groups. One of them was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was surrounded by yellow dust. This dust was extremely strange. It was like yellow dust that lingered around Zhuowen. When Zhuowen looked carefully, he could see that the dust was constantly lingering around him. Occasionally, the image of a yellow shield would appear. The other person was a rather handsome young man. His eyes were filled with arrogance. He had his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the sky. It was as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. Rays of cold light appeared around him. Upon closer inspection, these cold lights were all illusory images formed by various weapons. The reason why Zhuowen noticed these 2 people was naturally because their auras were the most terrifying in the 2 teams. If Zhuowen guessed correctly, these 2 people's cultivation were at least above the late Earth Immortal stage, similar to Feng Ruji. After all, Zhuowen had a holy talisman. He could faintly feel that these 2 people had the aura of a holy talisman. Without a doubt, these 2 people must be the masters of other holy talisman clans. Xue Hui, who are these 2 people? Zhuowen knew that these 2 people were probably from the 9 holy talisman clans. However, he was not very familiar with the 9 holy talisman clans. At this moment, he naturally wanted to ask Xue Hui. After witnessing Zhuowen's powerful strength, Xue Hui naturally did not dare to be negligent. He pointed to the middle-aged man and said, "This person is Dong Qixin, the master of the Heavy Shield clan. His strength is at the late Earth Immortal stage. The other person is He Yu, the master of the Wang Ren clan. His strength is similar to Dong Qixin's." When Zhuowen's gaze fell on He Yu and Dong Qixin, both of them seemed to have sensed it. Their gazes shot towards Zhuowen. Half immortal. After Dong Qixin glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, he withdrew his gaze with a lack of interest. On the other hand, He Yu licked his lips. His eyes flickered, and a huge amount of divine sense swept out from the depths of his pupils. It turned into a thin needle and suddenly swept towards Zhuowen. He Yu's action was extremely subtle. Except for the existence of a few Earth Immortals, most people did not sense it. Dong Qixin glanced at He Yu indifferently with a touch of contempt in his eyes. Then, he looked at Zhuowen with a trace of pity. He was very clear about He Yu's character. This guy's character was extremely strange. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, create trouble out of nothing, and treat human life as grass. Even if his opponent was weaker than him, if he did not like him, he would still attack without hesitation. Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the half-immortal realm. The divine sense thin needle condensed by He this time was extremely fierce. Although it would not kill this half-immortal, it was inevitable that he would be seriously injured. When he used divine sense thin needle quietly swept in front of Zhuowen, Zhuowen snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a series of seals swept out from his hands. Every rune had an extremely powerful sealing power. Even something as illusory as divine sense could be completely sealed. Bang! 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 However, the divine consciousness thin needle that He had condensed was extremely powerful. It actually broke apart the curse seals in an instant. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. He changed his hand seal and immediately, the surface of his right arm was completely filled with curse seals. After that, Zhuowen used his immortal energy to communicate with the seal on his right arm, and then his right hand clamped down and directly caught the divine sense thin needle that flashed over. After that, he suddenly pulled, and the divine sense thin needle was directly broken. The collision this time only occurred in an instant, and many people present didn't notice it. Only Yang Yi, Shui Hui, and the other earthly immortal realm old freaks were truly able to notice it. Especially when they saw Zhuowen easily break He used divine sense thin needle, the earthly immortal realm old freaks were shocked, and the gazes they shot at Zhuowen had changed. He actually caught it. This kid isn't simple. Dong Qixin was stunned, and then he glanced deeply at Zhuowen as he spoke in a low voice. On the other hand, He glanced at Zhuowen in surprise, but he sneered in a low voice. In his pupils, several divine sense thin needles flashed out again. This time, the divine sense thin needles were far more powerful than the previous one. However, when He shot out several divine sense thin needles, Yang Yi's eyes turned slightly cold. He snorted coldly, and an invisible sound wave energy spread out like ripples. The moment the divine sense thin needles came into contact with the invisible sound wave, they collapsed directly, and the invisible sound wave continued to blast toward He like a shuttle. He's pupils shrank slightly. The moment the sound wave approached, he bent his right hand and pointed his finger. Countless weapon phantoms around him followed his finger and burst out countless cold light. Bang bang bang. Countless explosive sounds came from the surrounding air, and then He stepped back a few steps, barely annihilating the invisible sound wave. He stared coldly at Yang Yi and said, "The messenger of chaos shouldn't be qualified to intervene in such a private matter, right?" "What do you mean by that, Your Excellency?" Yang Yi said coldly, "All private fights are prohibited in the area of the Chaos Temple." "I'd like to ask you, what do you mean by that?" Yu's face froze slightly, and he looked deeply at Yang Yi. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Yang Yi was clearly protecting Zhuowen? After all, it was just a test of divine sense, not a private fight. Generally, the messenger of chaos wouldn't intervene if it wasn't too much. However, Yang Yi not only intervened, but also went against him openly, which was somewhat thought-provoking. In that case, I was wrong first. Yu glanced coldly at Zhuowen and admitted his mistake very straightforwardly. However, Zhuowen could see that Yu's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He was afraid that Yu would not let this matter go. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. Although Yu had one of the 9 Saint Talismans, the King Blade Saint Talisman, he could feel that the Saint Talisman's origin was not strong. The Saint Talisman was probably not on him, just like the Ice Flame Saint Talisman on Zhuowen. It was just a trace of origin. Yu's strength should be at most on par with Foam Ruji. Maybe because of the Saint Talisman, Yu was stronger than Foam Ruji, but not by much. After this disturbance, the earthly immortal realm old monsters in Dong Qixin and Yu's groups naturally noticed Zhuowen. After all, this kid was absolutely not an ordinary half-immortal, since he was able to withstand the probing of the divine sense of an advanced stage earthly immortal realm expert. After Yang Yi's team landed, Dong Qixin scanned the team and said in surprise, "Where is Feng Ruji of the Wind and Thunder family? Why isn't this old guy here?" As soon as he said this, the team led by Yang Yi fell into silence. Then, their eyes fell on Zhuowen. Perhaps feeling the strange behavior of the crowd, Dong Qixin also looked at Zhuowen and muttered in his heart, "Could it be that Feng Ruji has something to do and can't come?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "The Feng Ruji you mentioned died in the preliminaries." "Died? How is that possible? He is a late earthly immortal expert. Who can kill such an existence? Moreover, earthly immortals should not need to go through the preliminaries. They should be able to participate in the divine battle directly," He Yu said coldly. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Because Zhuowen appeared in the preliminaries of the divine battle in the area where the Wind and Thunder Mansion is located." Dong Qixin and He Yu both narrowed their eyes. Not only the two of them, but many people in the team behind them also burst into an uproar. Zhuowen? Could it be that Zhuowen who caused the Ice-Fire family and the Wind and Thunder family to fight each other? Wasn't Zhuowen forced into the Broken Skull Abyss by Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei? He's still alive. Discussions rang out. Zhuowen looked at the scene in surprise. It seemed that the incident of him in the Wind and Thunder family was known to everyone. The warriors from the area where the Wangren family and the Heavy Shield family were located also knew about it. In fact, Zhuowen did not know that the reason why he was so famous was because he had caused a war between patriarchs of the celestial immortal level. If the patriarchs of the Wind and Thunder family and the Ice-Fire family had not fought for him, Zhuowen's fame would not be so widespread. Unfortunately, he had caused a war between the two patriarchs, which had become an unprecedented event in the history of the Central Region. Chapter 1753. Escort Envoy, you're saying that Feng Ruji perished because of Zhuowen? He Yu laughed with ridicule. Dong Qixin shook his head as well. He didn't think that Zhuowen possessed the ability to kill an advanced stage earthly immortal realm expert because it was truly unrealistic. Because according to the rumors, Zhuowen was merely at the Yang Sky Saint realm at that time. What could such a lowly cultivation do? If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuowen possessed the quintessence of both the Ice-Fire Saint Talisman and Tempest Saint Talisman and caused a war between the Ice-Fire clan and Tempest clan, then it would really be impossible for Zhuowen to possess such a high reputation in the Central Plains with his cultivation. Yang Yi intended to continue speaking, but Zhuowen sent a voice transmission to Yang Yi and stopped him from continuing. He was very clearly aware that he had to display sufficient strength to obtain the acknowledgement of others, and he really didn't need to rely on false reputation to obtain the acknowledgement of others. "Since you don't believe me, then forget it." Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to speak any further. He Yu grinned instead, and his gaze imperceptibly glanced toward Zhuowen's direction and said, "Based on what you said, Zhuowen should be here as well. A legendary fellow who was able to cause a war between the Ice-Fire clan and Tempest clan and possesses the quintessence of both the Ice-Fire Saint Talisman and Tempest Saint Talisman is going to continue hiding like a tortoise and not show himself to others. A tortoise hiding in its shell is much better than a despicable villain who bullies the weak." At this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and it caused He Yu's eyes to narrow. He stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "Since you've answered, then it looks like you're that Zhuowen, right? Your cultivation has improved rather quickly, but you're still just an ant in my eyes. Whether I'm an ant or not isn't something that can be determined with words." Zhuowen spoke indifferently. He Yu laughed instead and said, "You're right. Once the war begins, I'll let you know exactly how lowly a mere half-immortal like you is." Swoosh! Just as He Yu finished speaking, the eastern array formation around the fragment suddenly lit up with a beam of light. Then, numerous figures flashed out, densely packed like locusts. The leader of the group was an old man with a thin face. Beside the old man was a man in a similar attire as Yang Yi. This man should be the envoy of chaos in charge of this teleportation portal. After the old man appeared, he silently followed behind the envoy of primal chaos with a gloomy expression. The 100 people from the Ice-Fire clan's region have been chosen. After He Yu and Dong Qixin looked at the old man indifferently, they only casually exchanged a few words, but did not have any intention of greeting the old man. Zhuowen stared at the thin old man while his gaze revealed a wisp of coldness. He was naturally not unfamiliar with this old man. He was the second earthly immortal realm expert in the Ice-Fire clan besides Jiang Zuomei, and he was the grand elder of the Ice-Fire clan, Jiang Zhe. Perhaps because he felt Zhuowen's cold gaze, Jiang Zhe casually glanced at Zhuowen. Then, his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes suddenly turned red. "It's you, Zhuowen." Jiang Zhe roared furiously. He actually completely disregarded his bearing and directly flashed toward Zhuowen's group like a bolt of lightning. Even the envoy of chaos in front of his group could not react in time. Zhuowen stood silently on the spot. He stared at Jiang Zhe, who had fallen into a violent rage and sneered in his heart. The moment Jiang Zhe approached, Yang Yi snorted coldly and grabbed at the air with his right hand. Instantly, the space around Jiang Zhe froze. Jiang Zhe's expression changed slightly. He felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from the surroundings, and then he was confined on the spot by this enormous pressure. Who is this envoy of chaos? His strength is so terrifying. When they saw Jiang Zhe being confined in an instant, He Yu and Dong Qixin were visibly moved. Earlier, when Yang Yi easily shattered He Yu's divine sense needle, they did not sense the depth of his strength. But now, Jiang Zhe, who was also in the late stage of the earthly immortal realm, was so easily confined that it immediately aroused the attention and fear of He Yu and Dong Qixin. Generally speaking, the strength of the envoy of chaos was basically around the earthly immortal realm, and the peak of the earthly immortal realm was considered extremely strong. However, it was impossible for the peak of the earthly immortal realm to imprison the late stage of the earthly immortal realm so easily. There was no doubt that Yang Yi was definitely at the celestial immortal realm, and such an expert would definitely obtain a higher position in the Temple of Chaos than the envoy of chaos. All private fights are prohibited in the Temple of Chaos. Didn't the envoy of chaos in charge remind you? Yang Yi said coldly. At this moment, the envoy of chaos in charge of Jiang Zhe's group also reacted. He hurriedly rushed to Yang Yi and said in an extremely respectful manner, "Envoy Yang, it's my fault. Please forgive me." Yang Yi waved his sleeve and threw the imprisoned Jiang Zhe to the envoy of chaos. He said indifferently, "Take care of him. If he does this again, he will be disqualified from participating in the divine battle." Jiang Zhe also came to his senses and his eyes regained their rationality. He secretly regretted his impulsive behavior just now. However, it was not surprising that he would lose his composure. After all, Zhuowen was the cause of the death of the Ice-Fire family's family master, Jiang Zuomei, and their ancestor, Jiang Binghan, also died inexplicably because of Zhuowen. The Ice-Fire family did not know who killed Jiang Binghan. After that, Jiang Zhe went to the prophet's family to find the goddess, Yan Tianwei, and specifically asked her to calculate the cause of Jiang Binghan's death. However, because Jiang Binghan was a celestial immortal, she would have to pay a great price to calculate the cause of Jiang Binghan's death. She even declined because it would affect her lifespan. However, the goddess, Yan Tianwei, inferred the cause of Jiang Zuomei's death for the Ice-Fire family. She died because of Zhuowen. Jiang Binghan's death did not have much to do with Zhuowen. Rather, he must have been killed by an even stronger heavenly immortal. Even so, it was generally very difficult for heavenly immortals to kill off their opponents. The only exception was when one of them was seriously wounded and their cultivation base fell. The ancestor of the Ice-Fire family, Jiang Binghan, was seriously injured because of the battle with Feng Lei Wuji. Although his cultivation level did not drop, his injuries were extremely serious, which gave others an opportunity to take advantage of. The two pillars of the Ice-Fire family had died directly or indirectly because of Zhuowen. The moment Jiang Zhe saw Zhuowen, he naturally lost his mind and wanted to kill Zhuowen. "I was rude." Jiang Zhe cupped his hands at Zhuowen and then glared fiercely at him. Then, under the leadership of the Envoy of Chaos, he returned to his team. After the four teams landed, the sky above the Chaos Temple in front of the fragment suddenly filled with red clouds. Countless clouds rolled and quickly gathered. The cloud was thousands of feet wide, and it was filled with red light. When the cloud landed on the fragment, it gradually shrank and turned into an old man. The old man had white hair and looked like an immortal. The moment he appeared, lightning flashed under his feet and auspicious beasts flew up. "I am the envoy of the Chaos Temple. This time, I am here to receive the second team." The moment the old man appeared, a majestic aura spread out and filled the surroundings. Terrifying celestial core power rushed out from the Tianling acupoint on his forehead like a volcanic eruption. Judging from the terrifying celestial core power, this old man was also a celestial immortal, and he should not be an ordinary one. "Greetings, envoy. Is my family's patriarch already in the Chaos Temple?" He suddenly stepped forward and asked the old man with cupped fists. The old man looked at He and smiled. "He Wushang of your family has been invited to the Chaos Temple by the Divine Master. When you arrive at your residence, you can contact He Wushang. Of course, Dong Fangxin of the Heavy Shield family is also in the Chaos Temple. Thank you for your reminder, envoy." Dong Qixin stepped forward and cupped his fists. Zhuowen looked thoughtful. From the envoy's words, it was not difficult to guess that He Wushang and Dong Fangxin should be the patriarchs of the Wangren family and the Heavy Shield family. They were existences at the same level as the Wind and Thunder family and Jiang Binghan. Moreover, since this was the second team, it was obvious that other teams of the Saint Rune family had arrived at the Chaos Temple in advance. Why are there only 4 teams in the second team? Where are the teams of the Prophet's family? The old man glanced around and suddenly asked in a deep voice. As soon as he said that, a teleportation formation in the west suddenly lit up. Soon after, a figure slowly walked out. It was not difficult to tell from the person's clothes that he was an envoy of chaos. Where are the people of the Prophet's family? The old man stared at the person and asked in displeasure. The primal chaos emissary hurried to the old man and said respectfully, "Emissary, the goddess of the Prophet's family said that they have given up on the divine war, and the 10 prefectures around them have also given up." The old man frowned slightly. Soon after, he waved his hand and said, "Since the Prophet's family has given up, then forget it." Having said that, the old man glanced around and suddenly asked, "Is there anyone called Zhuowen among you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into silence. Many people had strange looks in their eyes. Zhuowen was also surprised. He had not expected the envoy of the Chaos Temple to mention his name. "I am Zhuowen. May I know what the envoy wants?" Zhuowen stepped forward and cupped his hands at the old man. The old man glanced at Zhuowen and revealed a rare kind smile. He said, "Come with me. There is a lord who wants to see you." After he finished speaking, the old man's body shook and turned into a long rainbow. He instantly flew into the distance. Zhuowen pondered for a moment. He did not look at the surprised gazes around him. He took a step forward and followed closely behind the old man. The old man's speed was not fast. As he flew forward, the clouds in front of him dispersed. Zhuowen calmly followed behind him. Although he was very puzzled that someone had summoned him, he did not ask any questions. He knew that the person who summoned him must be a big shot of the Chaos Temple if the old man at the celestial level addressed him as Lord. Even though he was puzzled, he knew that the truth would be revealed when he entered the Chaos Temple. Chapter 1754. Central Temple. What you saw just now was only the outer temple of the Chaos Temple. This time, I will bring you to the inner temple. The old man glanced at Zhuowen and continued, "Aren't you curious at all about who summoned you?" Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Junior is naturally curious. However, since Senior didn't say anything along the way, it's naturally inappropriate for Junior to ask. Actually, we'll naturally know who it is when we meet them." The old man sized Zhuowen up and smiled. He praised, "Not bad. There aren't many people at your age who have the same mentality as you. I only know of one person in the Primal Chaos Temple." Zhuowen was interested and asked, "Who is it?" You should have heard of this person. His name is Yuan Hongwen. He is known as a genius that appears once in 10,000 years. He is also known as the Son of God. The old man said cheerfully. Zhuowen revealed an expression of sudden understanding. He'd heard about Yuan Hongwen as well. Supposedly, Yuan Hongwen was capable of defeating earthly immortal realm experts when he was at the half-immortal realm. Now that Yuan Hongwen had advanced smoothly into the earthly immortal realm, his strength was probably even more terrifying. Moreover, Yuan Hongwen's cultivation time was very short. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Zhuowen's 30 years, it was definitely not more than 100 years. For a saint with a long lifespan, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. To be able to cultivate to the earth immortal level in such a short time, he could definitely be called a monster. In the central region, there were no juniors of any forces who could cultivate to the earth immortal level at Yuan Hongwen's age. Generally, those who could reach the earth immortal level were old monsters who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, Yuan Hongwen was not an ordinary earth immortal. He had the combat strength of a peak earth immortal when he just became an immortal. He was a target that many old monsters in the central region were wary of. When the old man and Zhuowen passed through the exterior of the Chaos Temple, Zhuowen saw many solemn palaces. There were many palaces, but they were not crowded together. Instead, they were scattered. Looking from afar, one couldn't see the end of them. They were much more magnificent than the city lord's mansion in the central region. Immortal Qi. The moment Zhuowen entered the inner hall, he felt a qualitative change in the surrounding energy. This surging energy was very familiar to Zhuowen. It was the immortal Qi he had absorbed from the five-colored seal in the Shattered Elephant Abyss. It seems like little friend Zhuowen is quite knowledgeable. The inner hall of the Primal Chaos Divine Temple is indeed filled with immortal Qi. In here, the cultivation of immortal sage experts will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. "This is a paradise for immortal sages," said the old man proudly. Zhuowen nodded. It was no wonder so many cultivators from the Central Plains wanted to join the Chaos Temple. It turned out that the Chaos Temple was so powerful. Not only were there many ancient restrictions around it, but even the immortal Qi from the ancient era had been preserved. It was no wonder that the Chaos Temple was known as the oldest and most powerful force in the central region. Whether it was in terms of background or power, it was much more powerful than the 9 sacred talisman families. There are a total of 108 palaces in the inner hall of the Chaos Temple. These palaces were all found by the previous divine masters from the depths of the 6 perilous lands. They were then moved here and formed the inner hall. The restrictions inside are much more powerful than those outside. "They were the palaces of the ancient almighties," said the old man with a faint smile. Zhuowen nodded. The restrictions inside the inner hall were indeed much more powerful than those outside. There were many routes that Zhuowen couldn't figure out. He could only follow the old man closely and walk on the correct path. He knew very well that if he took a wrong step in the inner hall, he would immediately trigger a powerful and terrifying ancient restriction. The consequences would be extremely serious. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that the 108 palaces in the inner hall were all immortal sacred weapons. Although most of them were earth immortal sacred weapons, as he went deeper, he even saw palaces that were celestial sacred weapons. When they reached the deepest part, there was an extremely majestic palace. Below the palace, there was a huge beast with a straight back and a hunched back, carrying the palace on its back. A true immortal sacred weapon. Seeing the magnificent palace, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. The aura that the palace revealed was too magnificent. It made Zhuowen feel as if he was facing the Black Dragon Palace. Moreover, this palace was not like Zhuowen's palace. Due to the limitation of his strength, he couldn't unleash the full power of the Black Dragon Palace. This palace completely revealed the aura of a true immortal sacred weapon. The aura was extremely ancient and vicissitudes of life. It was precisely because the aura of the hall was too terrifying that the giant beast carrying the hall was unable to stand up. It could only remain in a half-squatting position with its spine bent, quietly carrying the magnificent hall. Moreover, the huge beast that was pressed down by the palace had an extremely vast aura. If Zhuowen was not wrong, this huge beast's strength was probably not weaker than a celestial immortal. Roar! The moment the old man and Zhuowen approached, the huge beast suddenly opened its eyes. A bloodthirsty and terrifying light burst out from the huge beast's eyes. Then, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the huge beast's mouth. Terrifying sound waves swept over, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily take a few steps back. Fortunately, the old man was prepared. With a wave of his sleeve, he blocked the terrifying sound waves. Zhuowen didn't make a fool of himself. There's a guest. Don't make a scene. The elder coldly snorted, before retrieving a large number of scarlet fruits from his spirit ring. These fruits gave off a red fragrance. Zhuowen gently inhaled, before a strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "Immortal Desire Fruit." Zhuowen naturally knew about the Celestial Desire Fruit. It was a very rare elixir in the Central Plains. Although the Celestial Desire Fruit was extremely rare, its grade wasn't high and its value wasn't high. In fact, in many people's eyes, the Celestial Desire Fruit was an extremely obscure term. This was because the Celestial Desire Fruit had the effect of causing hallucinations and excitement. If one consumed the Celestial Desire Fruit, one would become extremely excited. The reason why the Celestial Desire Fruit was so obscure in the eyes of many people was because it was the main ingredient in making many aphrodisiacs. Therefore, when the Celestial Desire Fruit was mentioned, this was the first thing that came to Zhuowen's mind. However, he didn't expect that this huge beast would actually like to eat something like the Celestial Desire Fruit. This made Zhuowen reveal a strange expression. Roar! The huge beast fiercely roared and immediately opened its bloody mouth. It directly swallowed the large number of Celestial Desire Fruits. After chewing a few times, it let out a satisfied roar. Then, the huge beast lowered its body and no longer obstructed the old man and Zhuowen. "This is?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. "This beast is the mount of the Divine Master. Its name is Tao Tai and it has the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Tao Tai. This fellow is extremely gluttonous and almost eats everything. However, the only thing that can truly satisfy it is the Celestial Desire Fruit. If you want to enter the Central Divine Palace, you have to feed it Celestial Desire Fruit." The old man smiled bitterly. "Little friend Zhuowen, that lord only summoned you. Therefore, I can only escort you here," the old man said in a straightforward manner. Zhuowen glanced at the palace on the back of the huge beast and immediately turned to the old man. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for leading the way, elder." The old man waved his hand and said, "Little friend Zhuowen is too polite. Since you were summoned to the Central Divine Palace, it is clear that the Lord values you. This old man can see that you are not an ordinary person. In the future, I am afraid that we will have to rely on you in the Central Divine Palace." With that, the old man cupped his fists and took his leave. Zhuowen glanced at the huge beast in front of the Great Hall. Immediately, he cautiously rushed towards the door of the great hall. At this moment, the door of the great hall slowly opened. Two graceful female servants wearing light veils walked out from within. "Are you Lord Zhuowen?" The two maids bowed and asked. "Yes." Zhuowen said. "The Divine Master is in the depths of the palace. Please follow us." After they finished speaking, the two maids slowly led the way. Moreover, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when the two maids led the way, they actually intentionally or unintentionally revealed their pure white jade legs under their muslin skirts. Moreover, their walking posture was also filled with enchanting and charm. Zhuowen glanced at them indifferently and did not look at them for long. He just followed them silently. The two maids also noticed Zhuowen's expression from the corner of their eyes, and their faces became gloomy. Although the maids had good cultivation and could be considered as strong experts in the central region, after entering the chaotic divine palace, they were extremely mediocre and could only be maids. They knew very well that if they wanted to change their fate, it was impossible to do so by themselves. They had to climb up the social ladder. Their faintly discernible actions just now were actually a kind of hint. As long as Zhuowen slightly transmitted a message, these two maids were completely willing to become Zhuowen's cauldrons and subordinates after the matter. Unfortunately, Zhuowen did not have such thoughts. Instead, he pondered about the Divine Master that the two maids had mentioned. Without a doubt, the Divine Master should be the middle-aged man who had interacted with him in the Shattered Skull Abyss, because the old Celestial Saint Master had addressed the middle-aged man as the Divine Master. The envoy didn't say that the Divine Master wanted to see me. Instead, he said that some great person wanted to see me. Could the great person that the envoy mentioned be the Divine Master? Zhuowen thought. Before long, the two maids led Zhuowen to an extremely large hall. Afterward, the two maids bowed and left the hall. Before they left, the two of them even gave a few more hints. Unfortunately, Zhuowen did not pay any attention to them. Zhuowen stared at the hall. His gaze quickly fell on a figure in the center of the hall. The figure was extremely broad and dignified. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible pressure. Zhuowen's breathing quickened and his heartbeat quickened. The figure slowly turned around, revealing an extremely resolute face. He glanced at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Young friend, we meet again. Greetings to the Divine Master. May I ask why the Divine Master has summoned me?" Zhuowen clasped his hands together and asked politely. The middle-aged man before him was the middle-aged man that Zhuowen had met in the Shattered Skull Abyss. He was also the Divine Master of the chaotic Divine Palace. Chapter 1755. The true meaning of Buddha, someone else. Who is it? Zhuowen was surprised. Apart from the Master God and Elder Gu, he did not know anyone else in the Primal Chaos Temple. Moreover, Elder Gu did not have a good temper. Back then, he did not have a good impression of Zhuowen. It was impossible for him to meet him personally. The Master God smiled but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the right corner of the hall. A figure slowly walked out from the corner. Zhuowen looked over and his pupils shrank. He could not help but say in a deep voice, "I did not expect it to be you, Senior, ha. Zhuowen, we meet again. Are you surprised to see me now?" The figure slowly walked out from the shadows. Soon after, a sturdy figure was revealed. The person looked to be in his 30s. He wore a loose monk's robe and his hair was as smooth as a mirror. At this moment, there was a faint smile on his face. The person was none other than the fighting Buddha demon saint, Shiji, whom Zhuowen had rescued from the smoke whale. Previously, Shiji had wanted to investigate what had happened back then, so he had been separated from Zhuowen. He had not expected to meet him in the Primal Chaos Temple. Zhuowen knew that Shiji's appearance in the Primal Chaos Divine Temple was not without reason. It was likely that Shiji was planning to inquire about the truth of what happened back then. After all, the Primal Chaos Divine Temple was able to survive until now. It was likely that it had records of the calamity 10,000 years ago. If the two of you have important matters to discuss, I will not disturb you any further. However, I hope that Brother Shi will not forget what you promised me. The Divine Master took a deep look at Shiji. Soon after, he let out a long laugh and prepared to leave the hall. However, Zhuowen suddenly said, "Senior Divine Master, what you promised this junior back then." The Master God paused. However, he did not even raise his head as he said, "Zhuowen, don't worry. I, Do Hua, will naturally do what I say. If you become the #1 war god in this battle of gods, I will personally invite Elder Gu to save your wife." After saying that, the Divine Master strode out of the hall, leaving only Zhuowen and Shiji behind. Shiji looked fearfully at the Divine Master who had left. Then, he stared at Zhuowen who was in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Zhuowen, you shouldn't have come here. Even though you have obtained the right to enter the ancient battlefield is a dangerous place. You are quite powerful, but you are far from being able to protect yourself in the ancient battlefield." Zhuowen glanced at Shiji and smiled, "Senior Shiji, I know you're saying this for my own good, but I'm participating in the War of the Gods this time because I have something that I must do and someone important that I must save. So, I had no choice but to come." Zhuowen's stubbornness caused Shiji to take a deep look at Zhuowen. He sighed softly, "Since that is the case, I will not say any more words of advice, lest you say that I am nagging. How is your cultivation of the immortal art?" asked the Buddha demon transformation. Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "I have barely reached the Buddha demon transformation. I should have reached the initial stage." Shiji raised his eyebrows and said, "Show me a move." Zhuowen was stunned. Then, he looked around the hall and said, "Right here." Shiji laughed and said, "Yes, right here. Don't worry, this divine hall is a true immortal saint artifact. With your strength, you will not be able to cause any damage to its interior. Feel free to show me. This immortal art was created by me, and its might is extraordinary. If you are able to fully comprehend it, it will be of great help to you when you participate in the ancient battlefield." Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. Then, he took a deep breath and silently circulated the celestial energy within his body. After that, he pressed his palms together. Celestial energy instantly left his body and transformed into a brilliant Buddha light. "I ask the Buddha and say, a world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf." Terrifying Buddha light shot into the sky. The Buddha light gradually wriggled and fused together to form an enormous ancient Buddha shadow. As soon as the ancient Buddha shadow appeared, it pinched its orchid fingers together and flicked them. Instantly, countless falling flowers and leaves in the surroundings drifted down. It was a magnificent and colorful scene. Shiji looked at the ancient Buddha shadow and revealed a satisfied expression. It was really not easy for Zhuowen to comprehend the Buddha demon transformation to such an extent in half a year's time. "Zhuowen, take a look at the real the Buddha demon transformation that I have executed." Shiji laughed and pressed his palms together as well. A wheel of light actually appeared behind his head. After that, a terrifying Buddha light that was millions of feet long erupted from his body. These Buddhist lights were far too terrifying. The moment these Buddhist lights appeared, the entire hall began to rumble and shake. Fortunately, Shiji had a sense of propriety in his attack and held back some of his strength. Thus, it did not cause an even more intense reaction in the hall. The Buddha light that was millions of feet long gathered together and finally formed an enormous ancient Buddha shadow that one could only look up to. The instant the ancient Buddha shadow appeared, Shiji slowly stepped out and came before the ancient Buddha shadow. He lifted his head and stared at the ancient Buddha shadow quietly. He muttered softly, "I ask the Buddha and say, a world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf, a Buddha in a leaf, a Buddha in a Zen, a Bodhi in a Bodhi. As soon as he said that, a huge Bodhi tree that was filled with falling flowers grew in front of the ancient Buddha shadow. The Bodhi tree stood in front of Shiji just like that. Then, Shiji sat down cross-legged under the Bodhi tree and chanted in a low voice. Lines of scriptures that seemed to have substance poured out from his mouth and swept into the void, lingering around the illusory image of the ancient Buddha. At that moment, the ancient Buddha shadow that Shiji had unleashed was many times larger than the one before Zhuowen. If they really had to be compared, it would be like the difference between an adult and a child. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that the ancient Buddha phantasm that Shiji had unleashed was filled with an indescribable spirit. The reason for this feeling was likely greatly related to the scriptures that Shiji had recited while sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. With this discovery, Zhuowen focused and began to listen to the scriptures that Shiji was chanting. At the same time, he earnestly memorized every single word. Perhaps because he discovered that Zhuowen was listening, Shiji purposely slowed down his pace and repeated the contents of the scriptures. As he continued to listen, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. Soon after, he arrived before the ancient Buddha's shadow and said in a low voice, "I asked Buddha and said, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Tathagata, one Zen, one Bodhi." Just as he finished speaking, a Bodhi tree slowly grew out in front of the ancient Buddha. Zhuowen rushed to the Bodhi tree, sat down cross-legged, and began to slowly recite the scripture that Shiji had just recited. As he continued to recite, Zhuowen suddenly realized that the ancient Buddha's illusory figure behind him was also showing signs of life. Moreover, with the addition of the scripture, the aura of the ancient Buddha's illusory figure was also like a ferocious beast. It continued to soar, becoming much more vast and surging than before. When Zhuowen gradually woke up from under the Bodhi tree, he discovered that the ancient Buddha shadow around him had already vanished. Shiji was silently looking at him. Seeing that Zhuowen had woken up, Shiji smiled and said, "This is the true divine skill of asking Buddha. Previously, although you had only scratched the surface, you did not understand the essence of asking Buddha." Zhuowen cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Senior Shiji, thank you for your guidance. This is a small matter. You don't have to thank me." Shiji waved his hand and said, "Swoosh." At that moment, a black light suddenly shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and revealed Xiao Hei's figure. Xiao Hei looked deeply at Shiji and said in a deep voice, "Have you found out the truth of what happened back then in the Chaos Temple?" Shiji's eyes flickered and said, "I have only found out a part of it. The remaining part can only be obtained by helping Do Hua, the Divine Master, open the primordial battlefield." "Then, can you tell us what you know?" Xiao Hei asked eagerly. Back then, although Cangjie was its master, Cangjie did not reveal too much about such important matters to it. This also caused Xiao Hei to be rather vague about the truth of the catastrophe back then. "Do you know that Cangjie, the divine transformation realm expert who stood at the peak of the heavenly armor continent back then, was actually not a true divine transformation realm expert. He was only a demigod. A demigod is similar to a half-immortal. His realm is higher than a true immortal but weaker than a divine transformation realm expert. He is half a step away from a true divine transformation realm expert," Shiji said. Xiao Hei narrowed its eyes and said, "Master is so powerful, but he is only a demigod." Shiji nodded and said, "The source of the catastrophe back then is said to have been created by a true divine transformation realm expert who came from the starry sky. The smoke whale and the heavenly insect were both brought by this divine transformation realm expert. It is said that these two terrifying monsters were merely livestock raised by this divine transformation realm expert." After he finished speaking, Xiao Hei and Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Zhuowen's heart was filled with disbelief. He did not know much about the heavenly insect, but he had entered the smoke whale's body. He knew how terrifying the smoke whale was. Such a powerful existence was merely a livestock raised by this divine transformation realm expert. This made Zhuowen feel extremely unbalanced. However, he also knew that divine transformation stage cultivators possessed powers and techniques that were beyond his imagination. In other words, the one who caused the catastrophe 10,000 years ago was a true divine transformation realm expert. Xiao He said with a frown. It should be. For some unknown reason, this divine transformation realm expert invaded the heavenly armor continent. Then, countless warriors on the continent rebelled. 10,000 years ago, the few native divine transformation realm experts led by Master Cangjie fought against the divine transformation realm expert. As for the final result, I do not know. Shi Ji said with a wry smile. Then why did that divine transformation realm expert invade the heavenly armor continent? With the strength of a divine transformation realm expert, there doesn't seem to be anything on the heavenly armor continent that is worthy of such an existence as need, right? Zhuowen asked. Chapter 1756. Yunran Xiao He's brows were tightly furrowed. Although the questions in his heart had been completely answered, a new mystery had appeared. Why did the divine transformation expert from the starry sky invade the heavenly armor continent for no reason? And what was the result of the battle that year? It only knew that Cangjie and several god-state warriors went missing after the battle with that Huashan realm warrior. No one knew whether they were dead or alive, and that Huashan realm warrior was also missing. If there was a cause, there must be an effect. Now, they were extremely vague about the cause and effect of the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. They only knew who the culprit was, but the specific details were still a fog. Looks like we can only wait for Dou Hua to hand over the remaining records to you. Xiao He sighed. Shi Ji nodded and said, this Dou Hua really isn't simple. After the catastrophe, we've entered the difficult Dao era. However, this Dou Hua was able to advance triumphantly in this difficult era and reach the true immortal realm. He can be said to be a true genius. Could it be that this Dou Hua is stronger than Senior? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Shi Ji shook his head and said, if I was at my peak, this Dou Huayuan wouldn't be my match. Unfortunately, I've been trapped in the smoke whale for too long. Moreover, I've also suffered heavy injuries 10,000 years ago. Now, my cultivation has dropped considerably. Even if I rely on the Buddha demon eye, I'm afraid my chances of winning are only 50-50. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Shi Ji to have such a high evaluation of Dou Hua. One must know that Shi Ji was the fighting Buddha demon sage. He was extremely famous in ancient times and was publicly acknowledged as an expert by countless true immortals. In that era, there were quite a few true immortal experts. To be able to stand out amongst the numerous true immortals and establish a great reputation for himself, there was simply no need to explain how strong Shi Ji was. Alright, you should go back too. This jade token is the residence that I asked Dou Hua to arrange for you. Your residence is rather close to mine. Before the battle of the gods begins, I will do my best to help you comprehend the Buddha demon transformation. This immortal technique has a total of 3 stages. The first stage is Ask Buddha, the second stage is Devil Transformation, and the third stage is Buddha-Devil Transformation. When you completely comprehend this immortal technique, you can be considered to have truly completed your apprenticeship, and your strength will also undergo an earth-shattering change. Shi Ji waved his sleeve. Immediately, a vortex appeared before him. He pointed at the vortex and said, this vortex leads directly to your residence. You can enter by yourself. When the divine battle truly begins, I will naturally inform you. Zhuowen nodded and kept the jade tablet that Shi Ji had given him. Immediately, he cupped his hands together towards Shi Ji and entered the vortex. He felt the scenery in front of him change, and he found himself in a huge square. There was a huge fountain in the middle of the square. Moreover, the spring water from this fountain was not ordinary spring water. Instead, it was immortal spring water that was filled with immortal energy. It made people feel as if they were floating in the air. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance came from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and saw a beautiful young woman wearing a silk dress. "Sir, are you Zhuowen?" The woman slightly nodded her head. Her voice was pleasing to the ear. Moreover, when she bent over, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed the snow-white skin of her chest. Zhuowen nodded his head. "Junior Lin, she has been ordered by the envoy to wait for Sir here. Sir's residence has already been properly arranged for you. Sir, please follow me." The woman cupped her hands together, and immediately led Zhuowen through the square, towards the huge palace in front of the square. However, the instant Zhuowen was about to walk out of the square, he casually glanced around. His entire body suddenly trembled, and he stopped. The woman leading the way also felt Zhuowen's abnormality behind her. She turned around and looked at Zhuowen in confusion. Zhuowen did not pay attention to the expression of the woman leading the way at all. Instead, he stared at a white jade pavilion in the southeast corner of the square. He saw an enchanting woman sitting in the pavilion. However, this woman's beautiful eyes carried a hint of sorrow that could not be removed. The reason why Zhuowen stared at this woman was naturally not because she was extremely beautiful, but because he knew her. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen took a step forward and walked towards the pavilion. Seeing that Zhuowen was actually leaving, the woman leading the way clenched her teeth and could only slowly follow in silence. The pavilion was not big, only around 20 to 30 square meters. In the center of the pavilion was a white jade round table, and on the four sides of the round table were round stools. Zhuowen sat opposite the woman and stared at her indifferently. The woman also saw Zhuowen and her beautiful eyes shrank. She could not help but say in surprise, "Zhuowen. It's actually you. Miss Yun Ran, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here," Zhuowen said with a smile. The woman in front of him was Yun Ran, the senior sister of the Serene Demon Realm. She was also Wu Dai's senior sister. She was once one of the top 9 geniuses in the 9 Nether Conference and obtained the key. Zhuowen had never met Yun Ran in all these years in the central region. He did not expect to meet Yun Ran in the Primal Chaos Temple today. Moreover, what surprised Zhuowen was that Yun Ran's cultivation had also reached the half-immortal realm. Her cultivation speed was so fast that even Zhuowen was a little surprised. Yun Ran smiled faintly. However, Zhuowen could see a rich sadness in her beautiful eyes. This discovery caused Zhuowen's eyes to narrow slightly. "Does Miss Yun Ran have any troubles? Also, where have you been training in the central region all these years?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked. Yun Ran's beautiful eyes flashed and she said with a smile, "I have been training in the lunar battlefield. I only came out recently. This time, I came to the Primal Chaos Temple with the Master of Lunar Battlefield. Looking at Brother Zhuo's appearance, you should be participating in the God battle in the Primal Chaos Temple, right?" Zhuowen nodded and asked in return, "Miss Yun Ran, are you not here for the God battle?" Yun Ran sighed softly and shook her head, "I am not here for the God battle." Speaking of this, Yun Ran's beautiful eyes flickered and revealed a hesitant look. She said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhuo, can you accompany Yun Ran for a stroll in this square? You and I haven't seen each other for many years. We can catch up." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he saw the strange look on Yun Ran's face. He nodded and said, "Sure." After sending away the woman who had led the way, Zhuowen and Yun Ran walked side by side along the fountain in the center of the square. This fountain was very wide and it was like a long winding dragon. The two of them were silent as they walked along the fountain. At the end of the fountain, there was a lush peach blossom forest. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew and the peach blossoms swayed. They fell in a riot of colors and were exceptionally beautiful. Yun Ran stretched out her lily-white hand and gently held a fallen flower. The sorrow in her beautiful eyes deepened and she sighed softly, the east does not flow, the west returns to the water. The falling flower leaves the forest shamefully. When the peach blossoms bloom, they are extremely beautiful and tens of thousands of people admire them. Once they die and fall, they will turn into a pile of yellow soil and will no longer be as beautiful as before. Brother Zhua, what method do you think can allow these peach blossoms to remain in full bloom forever and not die halfway? Yunran asked softly. Zhuowen's brows furrowed slightly. He did not know why Yunran had suddenly brought up such an unimportant matter. He only felt that Yunran was acting a little strange at this moment. The falling of flowers is the law of the world. It is impossible for them to remain in full bloom forever. Even for us cultivators, misfortunes and blessings are unpredictable. Who can guarantee that everything will go smoothly for us and that we will live forever? Zhuowen said indifferently. Yunran smiled and said, "You're right. Who can guarantee that we will live forever? Just like these falling flowers, there will always be a time when they will wither. However, if we can delay this time, how wonderful would that be? Unfortunately, time is the most ruthless. It always meticulously implements the original iron law and will never be delayed." Zhuowen's brows furrowed slightly. He felt that Yunran's words had a deeper meaning. He looked deeply at Yunran and suddenly discovered that after Yunran finished speaking, an extremely cold yin energy flashed through her body. This cold yin energy was extremely strange and he could even feel a trace of yang qi within this cold yin energy. This yang qi was very subtle, but it was indeed yang qi that was revealed when this yin qi reached its peak. If it were not for the ice flame Saint rune on Zhuowen's body, it would have been difficult for him to sense this yin-yang qi that had suddenly appeared in Yunran's body. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that this yin-yang qi had only appeared for a brief moment before it quickly submerged into Yunran's body. Yunran's face suddenly turned pale and a trace of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Miss Yunran, are you all right?" Zhuowen frowned. As he looked at Yunran, he could sense that something was amiss. This was because he discovered that Yunran's aura was extremely unstable. Although her aura was indeed that of a half-immortal, it was not fixed and was constantly changing. At this moment, Zhuowen looked at her and discovered that her aura was only at the Sky Saint stage. Yunran waved her hand and said, "Brother Zhua, I'm fine." Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A middle-aged woman with an indifferent expression rushed over from the palace at the end of the square. "Yunran, master has summoned you. Why aren't you coming back?" The middle-aged woman said coldly. Yunran gritted her teeth and suddenly patted Zhuowen's shoulder, saying, "Brother Zhua, my master has summoned me. I'll take my leave now. If we have time next time, let's meet again." After saying that, Yunran took a step forward and followed the middle-aged woman, turning into a long rainbow and leaving this place. However, before the middle-aged woman left, she glared coldly at Zhuowen and sent a sound transmission to him, "Boy, I don't care who you are. Yunran is a disciple of the lunar battlefield. Before you hook up with her, think carefully about whether you are qualified or not." Zhuowen stood quietly on the spot and frowned. He felt that there was definitely something wrong with Yunran. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that Yunran's words that had nothing to do with him just now might have been a warning. If Yunran really has something to say, she should have said it to me earlier. Why are you hemming and hawing? Could it be that there are some things that she can't say? Or is she afraid that there will be some unpredictable consequences if she says it? Zhuowen said in a low voice. Chapter 1757. The failed product. What exactly is Miss Yunran trying to say? Zhuowen's brows furrowed slightly. Although Yunran's words seemed to be completely unrelated, if one thought about it carefully, it was a little strange. Or rather, it seemed as if Yun Ran was trying to vaguely express something. After thinking for a long time, Zhuowen still could not think of anything. In the end, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, he began to secretly pay attention to the pavilion Yun Ran was in. When Yun Ran and the middle-aged woman completely disappeared from Zhuowen's sight, Zhuowen's right hand gently touched his left shoulder. Yun Ran's action of gently patting his left shoulder before she left was rather strange. The moment his right hand reached into his left shoulder, he felt his palm heat up. Then, he flipped his hand and saw a line of words appear on his palm. "We will meet here 3 days from now. There is something important to discuss." The line of words only appeared for a moment before disappearing with the wind like fine sand. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, but soon after, he recovered his calm. At this moment, the woman who led the way, Lin Shi, also walked over and respectfully brought Zhuowen back to his residence. "Sir, I didn't expect you to know someone from the lunar battlefield. However, you should be careful of the people from the solar battlefield here. The masters of the lunar battlefield and the masters of the solar battlefield are naturally at odds with each other and are often at odds with each other. If the people from the solar battlefield find out that you are acquainted with someone from the lunar battlefield, I'm afraid that there will be some trouble." Before leaving, Lin Shi said this in a rather respectful manner, and then withdrew from the palace. Zhuowen was suddenly shocked. He quickly remembered the strange yin and yang energy in Yun Ran's body. Most of the yin energy was yin energy, while the extreme yin energy contained a trace of extreme yang. Moreover, these two types of yin and yang energy did not mix harmoniously. Instead, they clashed with each other, as if they were enemies, constantly clashing in Yun Ran's body. The yin and yang energies in Yun Ran's body are clashing with each other, which is why the master of extreme yin and the master of extreme yang are at odds with each other. Previously, Miss Yun Ran had even asked me how to make peach blossoms bloom forever and not die prematurely. She was actually talking about herself. In other words, her current situation is like a peach blossom that is about to wither. She could wither and die at any time. All of this must have been caused by the yin-yang qi in her body. Yun Ran must have purposely revealed this yin-yang qi to me, hinting me that the yin-yang qi referred to the master of extreme yin and the master of extreme yang. Later on, Yun Ran also said that it was a pity that time was the most heartless. It always carried out the original iron law meticulously and would never be late. I'm afraid the meaning of this is. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "She doesn't have much time left." What happened to Yun Ran's body? Based on Yun Ran's reminder, this matter was related to the master of extreme yin and the master of extreme yang. However, regardless of whether it was the master of extreme yin or the master of extreme yang, both of them were great figures who stood at the pinnacle of the Central Plains. Why would such figures lay their hands on a minor character like Yun Ran? What's the reason? Zhuowen paced back and forth in his room, unable to understand what had happened to Yun Ran no matter how hard he racked his brains. Looks like I can only wait until midnight 3 days later. Once Yun Ran arrives, she should have an explanation. Zhuowen decided not to let his imagination run wild. Instead, he sat down in his room and silently waited for the arrival of 3 days later. The divine battle would not begin so early this time. Shi Ji had already warned him previously. After all, the ancient battlefield would be opened after the divine battle. All of this required manpower, resources, and time. It would not be completed so quickly. Time flowed by and 3 days quickly passed. When night fell on the 3rd day, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes in the dead of the night. Soon after, he took a step forward with his right foot and left his residence. Very quickly, he arrived at the plaza where he had been last time. At this moment, not a sound could be heard in the plaza. A beautiful figure stood in front of the fountain in the middle of the plaza with her back facing Zhuowen. "Miss Yun Ran." Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he softly called out. The beautiful figure's delicate figure trembled, and then she slowly turned around. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhuo Wen with a complicated expression, and she said in a deep voice, "Zhuo Wen, it's not convenient to talk here. Come with me." After speaking, Yun Ran walked towards the darkness in front of her. Zhuo Wen pondered for a moment before following her. At the end of the path was a rather complicated artificial mountain. Yun Ran led Zhuo Wen around a few corners before finally stopping in front of a low artificial mountain. Yun Ran formed a seal with her hands and gently placed them on the surface of the artificial mountain. Soon after, a rather dull sound was heard. Soon after, the artificial mountain split open, revealing a deep tunnel. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. After all, this was the primal chaos temple. How did Yun Ran know of such a secret room? Perhaps sensing Zhuo Wen's hesitation behind her, Yun Ran sighed softly and said, "Brother Zhuo Wen, are you wondering why I know of such a secret room in the primal chaos temple? This secret room was left behind by the Master of Lunar Light. It was left behind with the permission of the Divine Master, Do Hua. I have entered this place several times, so I am extremely familiar with this secret room. Now that you have entered this place, how could the Master of Lunar Light not know?" Zhuo Wen asked in a deep voice. However, Yun Ran shook her head and said, "Don't worry. Today is the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. It's the Yin period for countless years. The Master of Lunar Light went into secluded cultivation a long time ago. During his secluded cultivation, he won't spread out his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. That's why I chose this time to meet you." Zhuo Wen pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's go in." The two of them walked down the stairs in silence. Soon, they reached the end. At the end of the stairs, there was a large stone room. The stone room was inlaid with icy blue round beads that emitted a cold light. Furthermore, the cold light gave off a bone-chilling coldness that made one shudder. This is, when Zhuo Wen's gaze fell upon the scene in the stone room, his pupils could not help but shrink. The stone room was filled with icy blue cold air. Under the cover of the cold air, there were many icicles. Within the icicles, there were many naked female corpses. Most of the women were quite young, but their corpses were not complete. Instead, they were badly mutilated. Some of them were headless female corpses. Some of them had lost both their arms. Some only had an arm and a leg left. There were even some that only had a torso left. However, these female corpses all had one thing in common. Their expressions before they died were extremely terrified, as if they had seen something inconceivable and terrifying. Yun Ran, who was standing beside Zhuo Wen, stared at the female corpses in the stone room. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow and helplessness. They are all the failed experiments of the Master of Taiyin. Perhaps I will be the next failed experiment. Yun Ran said with a bitter smile. What is going on? Zhuo Wen felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the scene before him. At the same time, he became even more fearful of the Master of Taiyin, whom he had never met before. Yun Ran's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, "The Master of Taiyin has cultivated for 9,000 years. He is a genius from the same generation as the Divine Master, Do Hua. His cultivation speed is very fast. Furthermore, his cultivation method is different. He has abandoned Yuan Qi and replaced cultivation with Yin Qi. In the difficult path era where immortal Qi had deteriorated and only Yuan Qi existed, he had taken a different path. Using Yin Qi to replace immortal Qi was undoubtedly an extremely wise choice. This is also the main reason why he was able to become a peak authority in the Central Plains and control the Taiyin battlefield. However, this cultivation method of his has its advantages and disadvantages. Furthermore, as he cultivated to the later stages, the disadvantages were extremely great. This was because ordinary Yin Qi could no longer satisfy the Master of Taiyin. He needed to find even more powerful Yin Qi. Speaking of this, Yun Ran sighed softly, in order to find such powerful yin qi and help him successfully break through the shackles of his current cultivation level, he began all kinds of experiments. The stone room before you is actually one of the Master of Taiyin's laboratories. The main research here is that the Master of Taiyin will introduce his own yin qi into the bodies of virgins. If they can withstand the corrosion of the yin qi, the bodies of the virgins will produce an extreme yin qi that contains extreme yang. This method was comprehended by the Master of Taiyin from the cultivation method of the Master of Taiyin. The countless female corpses in front of you now are actually the failed experiments that could not withstand the corrosion of the yin qi. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He stared at Yun Ran quietly and said in a low voice, "Then you," Yun Ran said, "I believe that with your eyesight, you should have seen the condition of my body before, right? Although I've withstood the corrosion of the yin qi and even produced a trace of extreme yang, I know my condition. My body has reached its limit. Every time extreme yin and extreme yang intersect, the damage done to my body is immeasurable. Before long, I'm afraid that I'll become one of these female corpses." Zhuowen fell silent for a moment. He looked deeply at Yun Ran and reached out with his right hand to grab Yun Ran's lily-white hand. After a while, Zhuowen's expression changed. It became extremely gloomy and ugly. At this moment, the life force in Yun Ran's body had long been replaced by extreme yin and extreme yang. As the two types of energy continued to entangle her body, Yun Ran's life force was quickly being withdrawn. These extreme yin and extreme yang energies were too terrifying. With Zhuowen's current ability, it was impossible for him to expel them. Perhaps Shi Ji might be able to do it, but there was no guarantee because Yun Ran's life force was now like a withered flower, completely absorbed by the extreme yin and extreme yang energies. Once Yun Ran's life force completely disappeared, the extreme yin and extreme yang energies would be at their strongest. At that time, Yun Ran's death would come. Zhuowen took a deep breath and said, "Miss Yun Ran, how can I help you?" Chapter 1758. The Master of Taiyin Zhuowen stared silently at Yun Ran and said, "I know a senior at the level of a true immortal. Perhaps he can help you." Yun Ran was stunned. She smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late. I don't have much life left. Even if a true immortal is willing to help me, there's not enough time. Zhuowen, I only have one request from you right now." Zhuowen stared deeply at Yun Ran and said in a low voice, "Tell me. If I can help you, I will definitely help you. When dawn arrives, the extreme yin and extreme yang in my body will truly be born. When that time comes, take away this yin-yang qi. Do not let it fall into the hands of the Master of Taiyin because I am the only test subject that the Master of Taiyin has managed to last until now. Even if I am not perfect, I am not far from it. If the Master of Taiyin obtains this yin-yang qi, perhaps he might be able to completely break through his original shackles. I don't want to become the Master of Taiyin's sacrifice. I want him to regret experimenting on me." Yun Ran's eyes were filled with towering resentment when she said this. Her face was twisted and she looked extremely terrifying. Zhuowen fell silent when he heard this. The yin-yang qi in Yun Ran was something that the Master of Taiyin had to obtain. If he accepted it, he would probably be hunted down by the Master of Taiyin. As a result, offending a true immortal was probably not a wise decision. Yun Ran also saw the hesitation on Zhuowen's face. A look of disappointment appeared on her face as she said, "The Zhuowen I know isn't such a cowardly person. This yin and yang energy is very important to the Master of Extreme Yin, but it will also be greatly beneficial to you. Let me ask you now. Do you dare to accept this yin-yang qi?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Since you dare to accept it, I naturally dare to accept it." Yun Ran smiled. Her smile was filled with relief and relief. She knew that she didn't have long to live, but she wasn't willing to become the dowry of the master of extreme Yin. That was why she had taken the risk this time and planned to completely hand over the Yin and Yang energy to Zhuowen. Before dawn arrives, I will try my best to control the Yin and Yang Qi in my body. When the time comes, you won't encounter too many obstacles when collecting them. As Yunran spoke, she sat down on the ground and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing, while Zhuowen quietly stood beside her. Time gradually flowed by. Dawn was about to arrive and a white glow appeared in the sky. At this moment, the deathly aura on Yunran's face became even denser, while her life force became faintly discernible. However, the yin-yang qi within her body became extremely intense. Just like the rising sun, she was filled with life force. Zhuowen, catch it! Yunran cried out in a lovely voice. Her jade-like hand turned into a sword and suddenly tapped the spot between her eyebrows. With a pull, an extremely terrifying white glow appeared between her eyebrows. This white glow was filled with an eerie chill. However, there were faint traces of golden glow within this white glow. The aura of this golden glow was completely different from the white glow. It was like a scorching sun that was filled with a scorching heat. The instant Yunran extracted the yin and yang qi, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and filled with the aura of death. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and completely lost all signs of life. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen directly kept the yin and yang qi into his spirit ring. Since the yin and yang qi had been dealt with by Yunran, Zhuowen was able to easily keep it. Crack! The sound of glass shattering rang out. Cracks appeared all over Yunran's body. Then, she completely shattered into countless pieces and disappeared into thin air. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's gaze was extremely complicated. He bowed towards Yunran from afar and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yunran, if I am powerful enough in the future, I will help you take revenge." With that, Zhuowen turned around and left the stone room. At this moment, at the other end of the square, there was a huge palace. There were many valiant women standing outside the palace. Not only were there outside, but there were also many graceful women inside the palace. All the cultivators who passed by were filled with fear. This was because they knew very well that this palace was specially arranged by the Primal Chaos Temple for the Master of Extreme Yin. Such a powerful existence was definitely not someone that ordinary people could provoke. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a secret room. A middle-aged woman was silently guarding the door of the secret room. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this middle-aged woman. She was the middle-aged woman who had come to take Yunran away 3 days ago. The secret room was completely dark. There was only a cushion in the middle of the room. A feminine man in a long robe was sitting cross-legged on the cushion. The man's hair reached his waist. His eyes were slightly closed and his chest rose and fell. Waves of cold air surged out from his nose. Oh no! Someone actually dares to steal my yin-yang qi. How audacious! The man suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, a terrifying cold air current swept out from the secret room. With the man as the center, the cold air current rotated continuously like a storm. My yin-yang qi is not so easy to steal. Humph! With that, the man raised his right hand. Immediately, countless cold air currents in the secret room surged out of the palace and turned into the shadow of a python with wings in the sky above the palace. The winged serpent was formed purely by cold air currents. Countless cold air whirlpools spilled out from its body, causing the winged serpent to be filled with a sense of danger. Roar! The winged serpent roared and suddenly shot into the air, shooting towards the square in front of the palace. The winged serpent's roar naturally attracted the attention of the other experts who lived nearby. Among them, at the top of another huge palace of the Lord of Taiyin, a middle-aged man with the image of a sun on his forehead narrowed his eyes as he stared at the winged serpent in the distance. What's wrong with that Taiyin guy? He actually used the celestial art, cold-winged serpent, the middle-aged man murmured softly. It was not just the middle-aged man. The countless experts in the surrounding palaces were all alarmed. They all raised their heads and stared at the enormous cold-winged serpent with surprise in their eyes. Wherever the cold-winged serpent passed, the atmosphere changed drastically. Clouds surged madly as if there was a great force fluctuating within. As the winged serpent descended, from the sky, the square and the area where the cold-winged serpent came into contact even showed the collapse of countless spaces. They turned into dust and scattered, causing everything in front of them to become distorted. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the sky. As the enormous winged serpent moved forward, it landed on the atmosphere. Immediately, the atmosphere collapsed with a boom, and the space within 100,000 feet was instantly reduced to dust. The shattered space even showed signs of spreading outwards. Looking from the ground to the sky, it was as if a huge hole had been pierced in the sky. The enormous cold-winged serpent slowly descended from the hole and landed on the square in the end. Before the cold-winged serpent landed, an unbelievably dense pressure descended. Large cracks appeared in the ground as the ground rumbled. The expressions of the countless cultivators in the chaotic divine temple changed drastically as they stared at the enormous cold-winged serpent in shock. As the majestic pressure spread out, it caused their minds to tremble. A feeling that the world was about to be destroyed involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, as the cold-winged serpent approached the square, terrifying dark clouds began to gather in the sky above the square. Within these dark clouds, there were countless flashes of lightning constantly flashing in the clouds. It was as if a terrifying electric serpent was moving rapidly in the clouds. What's going on? Who is it that dares to make a move in the chaotic divine temple? Isn't that too audacious? This pressure is too terrifying. It's not something that an ordinary cultivator can unleash. I'm afraid it's at least a cultivator of the sky immortal realm or above. At this moment, it was already dawn. Naturally, many cultivators appeared in the square. However, when the cold-winged serpent swept over, these cultivators' hearts thumped wildly. Their faces were pale and they did not dare to get close to the cold-winged serpent at all. Zhuowen stood quietly on top of the artificial mountains. He raised his head and looked at the cold-winged serpent that was heading straight for him. His face was extremely gloomy. He could feel the cold aura on the cold-winged serpent. He knew that the master of Taiyin already knew that the chi of yin and yang had been stolen. Furthermore, he had directly attacked from a distance, wanting to kill him with a single blow. The celestial technique of a true immortal is not something that you can contend against. Boy, why aren't you running away? Xiao He suddenly shouted from within his sea of consciousness. Zhuowen nodded. Suddenly, a pair of thunder wings spread out from his back. Then, he stepped on the ground with his right foot. His entire body was like a shuttle as he instantly left the place. Unfortunately, the cold-winged serpent did not show any mercy. It chased after Zhuowen relentlessly. Its speed was not slow at all. The moment the cold-winged serpent chased after Zhuowen, all the cultivators of the earth immortal realm and above around the square spread out their divine senses to investigate the situation. Many cultivators also recognized Zhuowen's identity. They all had strange expressions on their faces. This Zhuowen is really a troublemaker. He actually provoked the master of Taiyin to personally deal with him. He really deserves it. He sat cross-legged in a palace. Her divine sense radiated outwards and immediately understood the situation outside. Her eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Similarly, Xue Hui, Elder Zhu, and the others who were acquainted with Zhuowen also used their divine senses to investigate the situation in the square. They all frowned. They also did not expect that Zhuowen, who had just arrived at the Chaos Temple not long ago, would provoke a powerful figure like the Master of Taiyin. Boy, I don't know where you came from. If you stop now, hand over the yin yang qi, and destroy your own cultivation, I will spare your worthless life. Otherwise, you won't have a chance at all. At this moment, the cold-winged serpent let out a sharp voice as it spoke coldly to Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that this was the voice of the master of Taiyin. He did not pay any attention to it. His right hand formed a seal and instantly used the celestial technique, Lone Peak. Chapter 1759. The four masters of the battlefield. The cold-winged serpent opened its mouth. Instantly, terrifying cold air surged out explosively, and it instantly froze the air in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of meters into an extremely tough wall of ice. Bang! Zhuowen was caught off guard and instantly collided with the wall of ice, and then he explosively took a few steps back with a gloomy expression. Swoosh! At the instant he explosively retreated, the cold-winged serpent behind him suddenly sped up, and it directly opened its bloody mouth with the intention of swallowing Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen's gaze changed slightly, and then he took a step with his right foot. Space and explosive steps perfectly fused together with lightning wings, and then his speed directly rose to the limit as he instantly vanished on the spot and just happened to dodge the pouncing attack of the cold-winged serpent behind him. However, the terrifying cold air that coiled around the body of the cold-winged serpent caused Zhuowen's entire body to involuntarily tremble, and his face turned slightly pale while his lips trembled without end. I can only ask Senior Shiji to come over. Zhuowen had no choice but to flick his finger and withdraw a command token from his spirit ring. This command token was precisely the transmission command token that Shiji had given him that day, and he could use this transmission command token to summon Shiji 3 times. Rumble. However, right when Zhuowen was about to summon Shiji, Zhuowen suddenly felt an extremely blazing temperature come from his body, and then a figure that was completely covered in blazing light descended from the sky above him. After that, Zhuowen noticed to his astonishment that the figure that descended from the sky roared with laughter as his right palm suddenly grabbed the cold-winged serpent in his hand. The strange thing was that the cold-winged serpent that possessed terrifying might actually didn't have the slightest ability to resist in the hands of this figure, and it could only ceaselessly twist its body and wantonly struggle, and it was utterly useless. Son, what are you doing? I didn't offend you, so why did you charge out halfway? The cold-winged serpent roared furiously. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and only now did he see clearly that the figure before him that was covered in blazing light was a middle-aged man that was over 30 years old, and there was a pattern of a sun between his brows that was dazzling. The middle-aged man's aura was extremely terrifying, especially the Tianling acupoint on the top of his head. Waves of terrifying celestial core power gushed out. The celestial core power was scorching hot, and it formed a huge shadow of a sun in the void behind him. Sun Master. Zhuowen thought to himself. He knew that this middle-aged man should be the commander of the Sun battlefield, the Sun King. Ha! I can't stand people like you, who are neither male nor female, bullying a junior. I say, Taiyin, can you be a little more mature? You're already so old, yet you're still so thick-skinned to bully the young. Don't you have any shame? Taiyang laughed and said. Taiyang, you've gone too far. Do you really want to meddle in my affairs? Just you wait, I won't let you off. The cold-winged serpent roared furiously. Immediately, its body kept twisting, and the cold currents around the winged serpent suddenly expanded. Realizing that something was wrong, Taiyang threw his right hand, ready to throw the cold-winged serpent away. Unfortunately, it was too late. The cold-winged serpent rapidly expanded to the extreme, and then suddenly exploded. Countless cold currents formed a terrifying storm that directly swept Taiyang in. The storm created by the cold currents was too terrifying. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but retreat. The blood in his body was boiling, and his eyes were filled with fear. The cold-winged serpent was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the explosion was enough to make him feel like he couldn't bear it. Moreover, the explosion was getting more and more terrifying. However, just as the explosion was about to spread, a terrifying light shot up into the sky, instantly enveloping the explosion, and then completely annihilating it. Bah! This Taiyin, who is neither male nor female, is really sinister. He actually directly detonated the cold-winged serpent. A rough voice sounded. Taiyang stepped out with a gloomy look. He didn't look at Zhuowen from beginning to end. The reason why he attacked was naturally not to save Zhuowen, but because he already had a feud with the Taiyin master. This time, he just wanted to use this opportunity to go against the Taiyin master. Thank you for saving me, senior. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhuowen cupped his fists. His eyes flashed, and he didn't want to stay here for long. However, Taiyang sneered and said, "Kid, you stay here. That sissy Taiyin master wouldn't kill you for no reason. Tell me, did you take away something important from him?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, but he smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. How could I have the ability to take away something that belongs to the Taiyin master? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and retreated explosively, intending to leave this place. However, the Sun Lord sneered. He grabbed at the air with his right hand, and countless sun shadows appeared around Zhuowen. These sun shadows revolved around Zhuowen, forming a tight prison. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen asked with a gloomy expression. Sun Master laughed and said, "You little brat, you can lie without blushing. Do you really think I don't know the reason? I'm afraid only Yin and Yang Qi can cause that fellow Tai Yin to be so furious. That thing should be with you, right?" Zhuowen frowned. His heart was filled with exasperation. He had just gotten rid of the master of extreme Yin, and now he had encountered the master of extreme Yang. It had to be said that the Yin-Yang Qi that Zhuowen had obtained was really a hot potato. "Son, you old bastard, die." At this moment, a huge cold air current suddenly swept out from the void in front of them. Everywhere it passed, countless spaces collapsed. An indescribably terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down, causing the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings to beat wildly. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces pale and bloodless. The cold current was extremely fast, arriving before the Sun Lord in an instant. Then, a feminine man in a long robe stepped forward. He pointed at the void with his right hand, and the cold current turned into a huge crescent-shaped blade chi that fell from the sky. Rumble. This blade chi was extremely terrifying. It was thousands of feet long, and the moment it fell, it caused the surrounding tens of thousands of miles to shake. The Sun Lord snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all. He clenched his right hand, and countless sun shadows surged and condensed on his right fist. Then, he stomped his right foot, twisted his waist, and punched out with his right fist. As soon as he punched out, endless golden light gushed out. Then, a terrifying fist radiance shot up into the sky like a rapidly rising sun. The intense light stimulated countless cultivators to squint their eyes subconsciously. Whether it was the fist radiance that was like a scorching sun or the blade chi that seemed to have condensed at the end of the abyss, their auras were too terrifying. When many cultivators saw this scene in the sky, their eyes were filled with fear. They could imagine that if the blade chi and the fist radiance collided, the aftermath of the collision would very likely overturn many residences and raze them to the ground. Are these two crazy? This is the inner hall of the Chaos Temple. How dare they fight here? Whoosh! At this moment, two figures flew out from the other two huge halls in the inner hall. The auras of these two figures were equally terrifying. They were almost no weaker than the masters of the Taiyang battlefield and the Taiyin battlefield. One of these two people was a dwarf. His face was red, and he looked like a child. This person was the master of the Great Void Battlefield, Taishu. The other person was a slender young man in a black robe. However, this person looked cold and silent. He was the master of the last battlefield, Taigu. Taigu. Let's stop them together. The master of Taishu said in a low voice. Taigu nodded. Without saying a word, he took a step forward and flew in front of the Taiyang master. He extended his right hand, and the void instantly exploded. Huge ancient tablets flew out. Each ancient tablet was thousands of feet tall. There were too many ancient tablets that flew out from the void behind Taigu. They blocked the Taiyang master's terrifying fist radiance that was like the rising sun. At the same time, the master of Taishu waved his sleeve. The surrounding void instantly distorted. Then, the distorted void was like mud being mixed by the master of Taishu. It actually formed a huge void beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall. This void beast roared at the sky. It opened its mouth and swallowed the huge blade chi from the Taiyin master into its stomach. Then, there were muffled explosions in the void beast's stomach. Clearly, the blade chi was constantly destroying the void beast's stomach. When the attacks of the Taiyang master and the Taiyin master were completely blocked by the Taigu master and the master of Taishu, Do Hua had already arrived in the central palace of the Chaos Temple with Elder Gu. After Do Hua and Elder Gu, Shi Ji also followed. Shi Ji saw Zhuowen trapped by the shadow of the sun from afar. His expression did not look too good. Taiyang master, Taiyin master, aren't the two of you looking down on the Chaos Temple too much? This is the inner palace of the Chaos Temple. The two of you dare to fight here. Do you think that the two of you are already very impressive? Do Hua shouted angrily as soon as he arrived. The Taiyang master and the Taiyin master looked at each other, but they did not refute him. The two of them had indeed gone too far. Furthermore, Do Hua was the Taigu master of the Chaos Temple. His ability was above the two of them. The two of them did not dare to casually refute him. The two of you, tell me. What happened? Do Hua snorted coldly when he saw that the Taiyang master and the Taiyin master were silent. The Taiyang master said in a low voice, Taiyin master is too arrogant. He attacked first in the inner palace. Moreover, he bullied the weak. He attacked a little fellow who is only a half-immortal. I couldn't stand it, so I stepped in to stop him. The Taiyin master snorted coldly and said, it's that little brat who doesn't know his place. He actually took something that he shouldn't have. I already gave him a chance before. Unfortunately, he didn't cherish it at all. Chapter 1760. Mystic Frost Bead, he's just a junior. Since he took something from you, just let him return it to you. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Do Hua said with a displeased expression. All private fights were forbidden within the Chaos Temple. This was a clear rule. Furthermore, this was the inner hall of the Chaos Temple. Private fights were even more forbidden. The Master of Lunar Light had casually started a fight here. She had completely disregarded this rule. How could Do Hua not be angry? The Master of Lunar Light looked at Zhuowen, who was not far away, and said in a low voice, I've already warned him. Unfortunately, he didn't listen. That's why I wanted to take him down. Who knew that bastard Taiyang would stop me? That's why it's like this now. Do Hua frowned slightly. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the seal around Zhuowen was released. He asked, Zhuowen, what did you take from the Master of Lunar Light? Why don't you just hand it over and we'll let this matter rest? The Master of Taiyin's eyes narrowed. Do Hua's words were clearly meant to protect Zhuowen. It wasn't just the Master of Taiyin. The Master of Taiyin, the Master of Taishu, and the Master of the Ancient Past all looked at Zhuowen in surprise. They knew the Master of Lunar Light's personality very well. If someone really dared to touch his things, he wouldn't let them off easily. Do Hua's words were obviously trying to settle the matter peacefully. Master God. Let it go just like that. This brat is too daring. After taking something from me, he still thinks it's his. He didn't say anything. Shouldn't he be punished? The Master of Lunar Light said coldly. Humph. Punishment? You touched my disciple, and you want to punish him? Who do you think you are, Master of Lunar Light? Shi Ji rushed to Zhuowen's side and grabbed his right hand. He felt his pulse, and when he found that Zhuowen was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he stared at the Master of Lunar Light with a gloomy expression. The Master of Lunar Light frowned and stared at Shi Ji. He snorted coldly and said, "Who are you? Do you want to make a decision for this brat? Zhuowen, step back. I'll make the decision for you." Shi Ji said to Zhuowen. Then, he calmly stared at the Master of Lunar Light. A terrifying aura suddenly surged out from his body. The moment this aura swept out, the Lunar Master's expression changed drastically. He was not the only one. The expressions of the three masters of the Taiyang, Ancient, and Great Void battlefields beside him changed as well. Shi Ji's aura was too terrifying. It actually gave them a sense of danger. They had only felt this sense of danger from Do Hua before. Recalling that Shi Ji had walked out of the central palace with Do Hua, there was no doubt that Shi Ji's strength was not much weaker than Do Hua's. This brat actually has such a powerful master. The Master of Lunar Master's expression was ugly, as if he had turned purple. The Master of Solar Light, the Master of Ancient Light, and the Master of Taishu looked at Zhuowen deeply. They had not paid much attention to Zhuowen before, but now, they became cautious. Although the four masters of the battlefield were all true immortals, they were only early true immortals. However, the aura that Shi Ji released was even stronger than early true immortals. Most likely, he was a middle true immortal like Do Hua. For such an existence to deal with the four masters of the battlefield, the result would definitely be a crushing one. Not only the four masters of Lunar Light, but all the earthly immortals who stayed in the inner hall and used their divine consciousness to check the area were also in disbelief. How could this brat know such a strong person? This is impossible. Within a large hall, He Yu's expression was gloomy. Especially after he discovered that Shi Ji had stood up for Zhuowen and erupted with an aura that caused even his heart to tremble, his heart began to thump madly. There was no doubt that Shi Ji was a true immortal. He was more terrifying than the Wangren clan's patriarch. I didn't expect my lord to have such a strong background. Shui Hui's expression was complicated, but more than that, he was excited and expectant. Elder Zhu Shang had the same thoughts as him. As for Ji Feilong and Shui Tianzi, the two earthly immortals from the Wind and Thunder Prefecture, they had different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. The Master of Lunar Light took a deep breath and said, "I can let this go, but this brat must return what he took from me. Otherwise, I won't let this go." Shi Ji frowned. He turned to Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, did you really take something from the Master of Lunar Light?" Zhuowen looked calm. He glanced at the Master of Lunar Light and did not say anything. He only shook his head. From Zhuowen's point of view, the yin-yang qi didn't belong to the Master of Taiyin. Instead, it belonged to Yunran. What Zhuowen took was a relic that Yunran had given to him. It wasn't stolen from the Master of Taiyin. Shi Ji looked deeply at Zhuowen. Then, he turned to the Master of Lunar Light and said, "Since Zhuowen did not take it, let's drop the matter." The Master of Lunar Light's expression froze. He said eerily, "Drop the matter. This brat took away my most important item, the yin-yang qi. I think everyone knows how valuable it is. This is not something that this brat can take. Yin-yang qi. I didn't expect you to succeed." The masters of the sun battlefields, the great void battlefields, and the primordial battlefields looked at each other in shock. They naturally knew about the yin-yang qi. The master of the Great Void had been experimenting with the yin-yang qi for almost 1,000 years. However, the yin-yang qi was not easy to produce. Hence, the master of lunar light had failed countless times. At first, they thought that the master of Taishu would not succeed. They did not expect that Yun Ran would succeed in producing the yin-yang qi. If he had this yin-yang qi, the master of Taishu might be able to use the power of the yin-yang qi to directly break through the early stage of the true immortal realm and reach the middle stage of the true immortal realm. Do Hua narrowed his eyes. He looked deeply at the master of lunar light. Then, he looked at Zhuowen, who was not far away. He was deep in thought. Oh. Are you trying to make something up? Shi Ji said coldly. The master of lunar light snorted. Of course not. If this brat is willing to let me see what is in his spirit ring, then the truth will be revealed. If there is no yin-yang qi in his spirit ring, then I will drop the matter and treat it as a misunderstanding. However, if there is, then he must hand it over and apologize to me seriously. Divine Lord, this happened in your Chaos Temple. I think you can make the decision, right? Do Hua frowned slightly. He looked at Shi Ji and said, Brother Shi Ji, if the master of lunar light is telling the truth, then it is not impossible for him to check Zhuowen's spirit ring. This can also prove Zhuowen's innocence, right? Shi Ji revealed a hesitant expression. He glanced at Zhuowen behind him, shook his head, and said, Zhuowen has inherited one of my immortal techniques. He can be considered half a disciple of mine. How can my disciple allow others to casually inspect his entire body? With that, a cold light flashed through Do Hua's eyes. He said, Shi Ji, don't go too far. The master of Taiyin has already made enough concessions. You should show your sincerity now. Just checking Zhuowen's spiritual ring isn't going too far. Shi Ji's eyes were cold. He said, Do Hua, what? Do you want to fight me? Do Hua's brows knit tightly when he heard this, and he felt a slight headache. He was naturally aware of Shi Ji's origins. He was the renowned fighting Buddha demon saint from the ancient times, and his original cultivation was in existence at the peak of the true immortal realm. When the fighting Buddha demon saint first found the Chaos Temple, Do Hua was shocked. The fighting Buddha demon saint's whereabouts were unknown 10,000 years ago. In the records of the Chaos Temple, it was said that the fighting Buddha demon saint had died. 10,000 years later, the fighting Buddha demon saint had appeared again. There were probably many untruths in the records of the past. Moreover, for some reason, the fighting Buddha demon saint's cultivation had fallen greatly. His cultivation was similar to Shi Ji's, at the mid-true immortal realm. However, Do Hua knew that even if the fighting Buddha demon saint's cultivation had fallen to the same level as his strength was definitely beyond imagination. If Shi Ji fought with him, he might be suppressed. Divine Lord, why are you afraid of this person? With the Chaos Temple's foundation and the four of us masters of the battlefield, this person is nothing, the master of lunar light urged. Shut up! Do Hua shouted coldly. This cold shout immediately shut the master of Taiyin up. The eyes of the three masters of the battlefields of Taiyang, Taishu, and Immemorial flashed. They could see many clues from Do Hua's attitude. It seemed like Do Hua was actually afraid and wary of this bald monk. This discovery caused the three of them to narrow their eyes. They were even more afraid of Shi Ji. Do Hua smiled and said, when the time comes, we will open up the antiquity battlefield together. Let's not ruin the harmony now. Saying this, Do Hua was silent for a moment. Then, he said to the master of Lunar Light, how about this? I'll give you the dark frost pearl in the Chaos Temple. Take it as compensation for losing the yin-yang qi. Dark frost pearl. The masters of the immemorial battlefields, Great Void, and Great Solar, all exclaimed. They looked at Do Hua in surprise. They did not expect Do Hua to be so generous as to take out the Dark Frost Pearl. It should be known that the Dark Frost Pearl was an item of extreme Yin and extreme cold. It was obtained by the previous Divine Master of the Chaos Temple by chance in the deepest part of the lunar battlefield. It was of great benefit to warriors who cultivated Yin and cold Qi. The Master of Lunar Light had always wanted to possess the Dark Frost Pearl in the Chaos Temple. Unfortunately, the Chaos Temple was much more powerful than the Taiyin battlefield. Do Hua did not agree before, so it was difficult for him to obtain it even if he wanted it. Now, Do Hua had taken the initiative to take out the Dark Frost Pearl to compensate the Master of Lunar Light for Shi Ji. It could be seen how much Do Hua valued Shi Ji. The Master of Lunar Light was not a fool. From Do Hua's attitude, he could tell that the bald monk was not simple. Otherwise, Do Hua would not value him so much and even give him the extremely precious Dark Frost Pearl. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.